Good evening, everyone. The work session of the Board of Trustees of the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Thursday, February 6, 2025, and the time is now 6:03 p.m. Board of Trustees present are Trustee Correa, Trustee McDaniel, myself, Trustee Durant, Trustee Jensen, and Trustee Adams. I would like everyone to please turn off or silence any of your electronic devices. Thank you, including me. At this time, I've asked Dr. Jensen to begin the meeting by reading the Spring ISD Equity Statement.
Thank you, President Durant. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affects all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, cognitive, physical, or social emotional, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe every Spring Independent School District student is valuable and possesses individual strengths and characteristics that make our district a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continued growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Our next item is the superintendent remarks. So at this time, I'll turn it over to our superintendent of schools, Dr. Lupita Hinojosa.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. Members of the board, those that are here tonight or this evening, and those that are watching us online, thank you and welcome to our board work session. So last week, and lots of familiar faces that are in the room, but last week I just want to thank everyone that came out to our State of the District breakfast. I'm thrilled, super thrilled that we had an amazing overflowing crowd, over 300 people that came out to support Spring ISD and most importantly, to show their continued support and engagement with our district. Some of the principals are here, but we had principals, we had business partners, we had elected officials, newly elected officials. Congressman Sylvester Turner was in the House, as well as State Representative Ward Johnson in the House, and lots of other staff members that were there. And we had an opportunity to really showcase the success of our district. I think the heart of the presentation that we did really was our students. Our students were able to tell the story of Spring ISD. They were especially, I think, able to share their story, their experience with Spring ISD, and most importantly, how bridges were being built for their future. And one of the highlights that we had was our very first ever mariachi program in the district, Mariachi Leon. And so we encourage everyone, if you were not there, go to our Facebook page and you'll be able to see a glimpse of the mariachi, and most importantly, a glimpse of the program. I'm also super proud to announce what's today, Thursday, Wednesday morning, just yesterday, we had the regional Spanish spelling bee competition at Region 4. Students from across the area came out, and I'm super proud to announce that from Robertson Middle School, Lea Sanchez placed third in our Region 4 Spanish Spelling Bee just yesterday. And Leah's achievement highlights, the strength of our dual language program here in the district that starts at pre-K. The competition allowed her to demonstrate and showcase her talents as a bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural student. I see Letty Hoke, Ms. Hoke, who's our director of the multilingual programs. I'm not sure if Ms. Brumsey's in the audience, but definitely want to thank Letty Hoke and her staff and Robertson Middle School principal, Ms. Brumsey. Also, this morning, we had the opportunity, some of us had the opportunity to attend the Spring Education Foundation breakfast. And we had the opportunity to meet lots of our business partners again, and most importantly, again, to showcase our students, not only our current students. We had the theater program from Dekaney High School. We also had the quartet, sax quartet from Dekaney High School, the Navy JROTC from Spring High School, but most importantly, we had 2 students from Momentum High School. And Momentum High School, as you know, is our campus where students have the opportunity to come and accelerate their learning. So we had a student that graduated and came back to talk about the program, and a current student. So again, just want to thank Sandra Scott, the director, as well as Deb Beeman, the president of the organization. And just don't forget, this is National Counselors Appreciation Week. And so we do a big shout out to our counselors because they are those people on our campuses. They're the advisors, they're the supporters of our students. So not just this week, but every day we do a big shout out to our counselors and celebrate them for all the work that they do with our students. So that concludes my remarks, and as you can tell, we have a lot going on in Spring ISD. Just super proud of the work that our students are doing, our administrators, and most importantly, the teachers and counselors that are every day with our students, supporting them along the way. Ms. Rant,
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. And I want to take a little points of privilege to talk about next Thursday. The board is having Building Bridges with the Board for our community. And we want to encourage all of our community members to come out and have an opportunity to sit down at a round table with your board members and the senior leadership team and have a dialogue about what we're doing right and where we have opportunities. And so that's next Thursday on the 13th. It starts at 6 o'clock and it's at the Sheila Jackson Lee Family and Community Engagement Center. So spread the word and hope to see you all there. Our next item is agenda participation. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone signed up? Oh. Right.
Hey, that's absolutely fine. No, ma'am, we do not have anyone signed up to speak tonight.
For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Financial Officer, Ann Westbrooks.
Good evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, and members of the board. This evening, I'd like to bring forward 2 partners from the Purdue Brandon Fielder, Collins, and Mott law firm so they can come forward and discuss the collection of delinquent taxes for the district. This is Miss Yolanda Humphrey and Mr. Justin Barlow.
Good evening. As Ms. Westbrooks suggested, my name is Justin Barlow, and I'm accompanied by my colleague, Ms. Yolanda Humphrey. We're with the law firm Purdue Brandon Fielder, Collins, and Mott, and I just want to give you an update on the delinquent tax collection that we've been fortunate enough to assist the district with. So in doing so, I'm going to try to give you a bit of an overview as to what we do, and the service that we provide to the district. So essentially, we work hand in hand with Ms. Dorset Neely in property tax collection. So essentially, if Ms. Neely's team is unable to collect taxes for whatever reason, a person forgets to pay them, don't have the means to pay them, that sort of thing, the taxes go delinquent, they are then turned over to us, and we try to make the efforts to collect them, sometimes resulting in a lawsuit, but, obviously we take other measures to make sure we don't have to do that. So getting right into it, we have been fortunate enough to represent the district since 1990. Dr. H mentioned at the State of the District that we're celebrating 90 years of Spring ISD, and we're fortunate enough to have represented the district for about a third of that. So we're definitely proud of that, and we hope to keep that going. I was not around during that time. I wasn't born.
No one asked.
But moving right into it, so of the amounts that were turned over to Yolanda and I, that totals, going back to December, it was about $6.8 million. And so what that includes is all of the tax years that are still yet to be collected, whether it's old years, meaning, let's say 2017, up to the current 2023 tax year. So this is a breakdown of where your accounts are. You'll see a large portion of them is in litigation. What that means is we filed a lawsuit on them. I'm actually one of our attorneys that goes down to the courts in Harris County and bangs on the desk and, fights for the district to make sure that we win our cases and are able to move forward with judgments. The next largest portion is action pending. And again, that was what I was alluding to when I was explaining that we do take other measures. We send emails, we make phone calls, we send letters to patrons of Spring ISD before we just haul off and file a lawsuit. We try to make sure, we can contact somebody by the least means that we can. Moving right along, we have some accounts that are in a partial payment plan. Sometimes people need a little bit longer to pay with them. Our office and Ms. Neely's office does work with people to make sure that they can do that. Deferrals means they have a special circumstance on their account, usually over 65 or disabled veteran. So that, they're treated a little bit differently in the eyes of the tax law. And again, one thing I want to specify on this page is this is our dollar range amount. So this shows you the dollar figures that those accounts include. But the one thing I wanted to specify that's not on this page is even though this report serves as Yolanda and I's report card and how we're doing for the district, we are talking about a small portion of the total tax roll for spring. So our figures, and though it's the world to Yolanda and I, are usually about less than 5% of the total tax roll. And that's a testament to Ms. Neely and the great job that her office does in collecting over 95% of the tax roll without Yolanda and I even having to assist with it. So just to kind of give you an explanation as to what this chart means, it's a dollar range. So any account that is $10,000 or up is that 39%, the largest portion. And again, typically those can fall into the ranges on the previous page. They may be in suit, they may be in a partial payment plan, they may have some sort of deferral on them, and that's why they're a part of these figures. But that's just a quick breakdown just to show you where the money sits. And this is to show you which tax years are owed. So naturally, the 2023 year is going to be the largest portion because that was only turned over to our office in July of last year. So we haven't had the opportunity to sit and work with those years as long as we have with some of the other ones. And 2016 and prior is the second largest because and prior can mean all the way back to 1990 when we first started working with Spring. But obviously we do continue to work on those accounts. We don't just let them go to the wayside. We continue to work with them. We continue to try to collect them. And just to kind of prove that point, this chart then shows you a little synopsis of older tax years. So this one specifically being the 2018 tax year. So you can see in that first year that the account was turned over to our office, we were able to get it at a 73% collection rate. That means we collected about 73% of the total tax amount in the first year. Now you fast forward and we've had the opportunity to sit and chew on it for about 6 years. We're up to 89%. And again, that does include some of these accounts that are still on payment plans, that are still having other measures, to get that money into the district. And moving right along, we just give a little synopsis as to how we're doing with each year to re-emphasize that we're not forgetting about those old tax years. We continue to work them, and obviously, as we move further and we get more recent into the dates, the scale gets a little bit smaller because we haven't had as long to work with those accounts. And for the last tax year, we're already above 51% of the amounts that were turned over to us. We're going to continue to work on it. Even though the 2024s have since come delinquent, they won't necessarily be turned over to us till July, but we're going to keep working on the 2023s. So I want to just pause here, ask, is there any questions? And one thing I would like to note is,
I do have a question, Justin.
Yes, we do have trustee Correa.
Oh, Trustee Adams was.
I just, on the dollar range chart, you have the large percentage of that piece is, that's the 10,000 and up, that's the largest portion. Is that, do we know whether that's mostly commercial or residential?
yes, sir. So in preparing this overview, we also, Yolanda and I also run some other reports so we can kind of figure out those things. And a lot of them are businesses. It's usually business personal property, meaning things like fixtures, inventory. Sometimes it's store pipe or commercial pipes. But the reason I emphasize that is because in a lot of cases, a business closes shop and maybe they moved out of state, maybe they moved into another county. So it becomes a little bit more challenging to try to collect those amounts because we have to find those people. So usually it's those larger figures in spring at least aren't necessarily the amounts that are residential, but it typically is, I don't want to necessarily call them commercial, but they usually are business personal properties. Yes, sir.
I want to add, sorry,
go
if
ahead.
I can add to that also, close to 20% of your roll is in deferral. So as long as it's their homestead, we're not able to collect it. So they're able to apply for that at age 65. And if they've been blessed, they may still be 80 or 85 and they're not paying those taxes. And so the account that may have been $1,000, you add it up year by year by year, and we have that. So about $1 million are deferral that we can't touch. Yeah.
People are happy in spring, they live a long time.
Yes.
So that kind of answers my question. Are you finding that it's taking longer each year to start collecting some of the older debts? And is there any legislation that's in the works or coming that's going to change how easy or how hard, I guess, it is to collect taxes?
I would say, the less that someone owes, it's probably faster or easier to collect. So if you have these, the exemptions may be raised, so less tax is going to be owed. But like we said before, I believe the tax office is collecting about 98%, I believe is the collection rate. So we've got that 2%, which is predominantly, your problem child anyway, because everyone else is paying their tax on time. So it does make it harder. So for instance, with the business personal properties, I don't know if everyone, you just hear how hard it is to stay in business if you're a small business. Well, they're getting their tax bills October, November, goes delinquent February 1st. It doesn't get to us until July. So they've had almost a year. And so by the time we go to try to collect, you have businesses that are gone, unfortunately.
And any legislation that could affect us in the future or potentially
Only thing I know so far right now is just with the exemption.
exemption?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report this evening and
Oh, thank you for having us.
the
always a
30-plus
pleasure.
years of partnership.
Thank you all.
Thank you. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Academics and Schools, Dr. Craig Quare.
Thank you so much, President Durant, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Hinojosa. We're very excited to go ahead and discuss our annual report of the Texas Academic Performance Report, our TAPER, which will be presented by our incredible executive director, Mr. Kessa Taylor.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to all of the Board of Trustees, to our superintendent, and to all of those that are in attendance tonight. We will go through the TAPER report. All of you have received the full report, and so it has all of the information in the full report. So what we try to do here tonight is to highlight some sections from the report. Please don't hesitate to stop and ask questions as needed. So here you just see an overview of what the TAPER report includes. You see student performance, demographic information, staffing information, and then district and program information. This is just a reminder about the requirements. We have 90 days to present the TAPER report. It was released on December the 12th. And as you know, we are still waiting on ratings due to the pending litigation. And so here are the highlights of what we will focus on tonight. And so again, we are not going through every single page of the TAPER report. What we tried to do was highlight certain sections of the report. You will see that we have some charts, and you will also see the TAPER reports and the page numbers that we tried to link to all of the slides, and they covered up some of the page numbers. You will also see blue pages. I call them blue pages because it highlights all of the district information over the years, and then you'll see the colorful pages, which compares the district to the region and the state. So it just kind of help keep the report organized for you. There's also a new section that we added to the report under STAR, and it's cohort data. So we'll take some time to look at that. So we're starting with student and staff information. And so here's an example of blue pages. And so this page shows all of the district's information over the past 3 years. And you will see that we remained relatively stable over the years with a slight increase in economically disadvantaged students, staff. And then here, this is an example of what I'm calling the colorful pages, and so you'll see the difference with both the state and the region, so that you can see the comparison. And as we go through our data this evening, something to keep in mind, you see that the African American representation, as well as the economically disadvantaged representation, is higher here in Spring ISD than in the region and in the state. And so here you see more ethnic and race information. And so here what we tried to do was do a bar graph so that you can see the students versus the actual teachers and what that representation looks like. So here you see the staff information, the teachers by years of experience. And again, it remained relatively stable. Here you see where we are being compared to the region and the state. And one thing to keep in mind, you see for the beginning and the 5 years to 5 years of experience, the teachers, we are at a higher percentage than the region and the state, but then when you look at teachers with more experience, then we drop below the region and state. So again, something to think about as we go through the data tonight. And here's the information about staff, the highest degree held. And here's our salary information. Our teachers will be glad to know that they are paid well here in Spring ISD in comparison to the region and state. We're moving right on to STAR. So you see the STAR participation, it remains constant, but we are a little below the region and the state in this area. So here's just a reminder as we talk about our STAR data, we have approaches grade level, meets grade level, and then master's grade level. So we'll take a look at all three of the levels as we go through the data tonight. So here we're looking at approaches, and you will see for Spring ISD 2022 to 2023, in comparison to 2023 and 2024, you will see a slight decrease by only 1%, but you will also notice that we are slightly below the region and state. You will see the same type of trend for meets. We remain pretty constant, but a little below, or we are below the region and the state. And the same thing at the master's level. So here's the new section that we added to the report. And so here what you see is the 6th grade cohort. We also did the 9th grade cohort. So I do want to pause and make sure you understand the new pages that we added. And so the 6th grade cohort, these are the students that are currently sitting in the 6th grade. And what we did, we looked at the 3rd grade students. We looked at where they were as 3rd graders, 4th graders, and 5th graders. And so you will see at approaches, the 63% as 3rd graders, and then as they went on to the 4th grade, that approaches went up to 66%, and then when they went on to be 5th graders, we went up to 69%. You will also see the same thing for meets, how we started at 36%, and then those 5th grade teachers worked really hard to get those students up to 40%. And then you look down at math, you see that same type of trend where we started at 61% and ended at 66% in approaches, and then started at 31% for meets and ended at 37% at meets.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So I really appreciate this. I think I asked for this last year, and so thank you for that. How do you control for mobility in this data?
So that's why I did 2 reports. So this report, you are looking at every student that's a part of that group, depending on when he came. So it could be that he wasn't with us as a 3rd grader and he came in the 5th grade, or he came in the 4th grade. But when you go to the next set, it's just our students. So we made sure we only looked at those students who remained with us all 3 years. So here's the 9th grade cohort, and so these are the students that are currently sitting in the 9th grade. And so you will see a very, very good trend across all performance levels. And so our middle schoolers have been working really, really hard. You see approaches 56%. Then we move to 69%, and then look at what the 8th grade teachers are doing. They got those students up to 75%. And then with the meets, 29%, a big jump to 42%, and then meets is at 49%. And then look at masters, 11% to 16%, up to 20%. And then you see that same trend in math, where we went from 58% all the way to 67% at approaches. So here, the next 2 slides are just our students. So that's why we wanted to put the number of students so that you could see that these are the students So once we started with that 1485, that number never changed. So it's just our students that stayed with us all 3 years. And you will see that exact same trend, where we are getting our students, and when we are really moving from grade level to grade level. So the third grade teachers are working with them, and then when they get to the fourth grade teachers are doing what they need to do to pull them up, and so on and so forth. And so again, this is that ninth grade cohort where you see the same thing for our middle schools, where again, you see that trend at every performance level where they're starting in one place at the sixth grade, and then they're moving right on, and you see the increases every grade, every year.
Is it possible to get this with all students, so, because the state doesn't just look at the students that stayed with us,
Yes, ma'am.
so,
So if you look at the first two,
Okay.
that shows all of them. So
I'm glad
that's-
to hear that. I thought you said it was consistent
Yes,
all
ma'am.
the
So,
way through. We only used the, okay, I
so
misunderstood
yes,
you.
ma'am, I did it both ways, but the trend is the same.
That's good to see.
So, I'm sorry, before you move on.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have the cohort that you used was third graders in 2021, correct? So the same trends that we see here, did we see similar trends with kids that started in 2020, kids that started in 22, or is the same percentage of improvement for these cohorts the same for other kids that would have started in a different cohort?
So we would have to isolate and determine what group of students you want to look at, and then we can go back those years, or is there a particular group of students you have in mind? Okay.
No. Just wanted to know if we had looked at a different set of
Well,
kids.
what we were trying to do was look at the current sixth graders who are, right now, they are in the sixth grade, and what track those students were on. And so we can see that those students are on a real good track. So we are expecting great things over the next 3 years with those group of students. And then the same thing, we started with the students that are currently in the ninth grade. So these are freshmen who did a really good job. So the middle schools were able to move these students each year.
The other reason, Ms. Correa, we targeted this is the alignment to our board goals. If you'll remember, we are looking at, in elementary, we're looking at third grade reading and math and want to know how they're progressing. And then in middle school, we're looking at eighth grade, and so we want to see how they're progressing. So we selected these to show you the growth. We can do any other grade level, Ms. Taylor can do any other grade level. We were just targeting these because of our board goals, and then to be able to show that there's been great improvement as students progress from one year to the next.
And that's fine, yeah, I just wanted to see if we looked at any other students. My other question is, for the kids that remained in the district, so for example, the third to fifth grade, approaches was at 66%, fourth grade 67, fifth grade 71. What is the expected percentage that we should see in normal situations, I guess? Is that a good increase from year to year? And how do you account for the kids that are moving from approaches maybe into meets or approaches to masters? Kind of how did we figure that part out?
So it just depends on what what your benchmark is, or what your goal, what your target area is. What we were trying to show here is that our campuses are making increases. And so again, the students, those third grade teachers that had those students, were able to get the students to 66%. And so as that group moved to fourth grade, we were able to pull in more students that did not meet to approaches. And then the same thing with the meets and the masters.
And I did want to also connect back to our strategic plan. So when the board goals were developed, if you remember, Good Reason Houston came in, they did some presentations regarding data and what, having BHAG goals versus having challenging, aggressive goals that would be achievable. And their recommendation, they provided three options to the board, and the recommendation was to go with the middle, the aggressive one, at about 3% per year, which is challenging, but an achievable goal. And so I think that it is exciting to see that it's exceeding that 3% year growth.
And to Trustee Correa's point, because I could see where you were going, why did we choose those particular grade levels? Because it is great to see the gains. I know, I don't know if Lead Forward is still saying the same thing. You all can let me know, but I know previously 5 percentage points was considered to be a significant gain on the STAR test. Is that still accurate to say? Okay, so we are seeing some significant gains in across the grade levels. To help make some of those connections, I think it would be helpful to have our goals on the slide so that we can make the connections, because we see that there is some growth. However, can we make sure to see, or are we able to see that we're reaching our goals?
And so I think
Yeah.
you're going to see a little bit of that with the next presentation, because this is like, you'll
This is
see
the
this.
raw data. When we
Yes.
get to the MOY, we're going to connect it to the GPMs. Got
Yes,
it. Okay,
got it.
thank you.
Yeah, because our goals are set at 3rd grade and 8th grade.
Right.
Refresh me, when did the change in the STAR test happen? What year was that?
22, 23.
It was 22. Okay. That doesn't seem to be causing much of a challenge here. And I know we had an expectation that because of the redesign of the assessment tool, that was gonna really hurt our kids, and I'm not seeing that here.
When you actually look at, and this is, Ms. Taylor really listening in and thinking about the cohorts, when you look at the cohort, we are growing. It's not hurting us. When you just look 4th grade straight out, 5th grade straight out, not considering the cohort, you can see that we're not where we need to be. But when you look at the cohort and you see the work that's being done, ultimately, we expect our high school students to be prepared and ready to go. And I know that, 8th grade is that magic grade. What we're already seeing is great results at Algebra 1, and English 2 is the one that's showing some results. But it's taking a while for it to get to high school. Right now, it's middle school. You can see some of the benefits of the work.
Maybe we'll get to it later in the presentation, because this does not reflect the goals when we're looking at 6th and 9th grade cohorts, because our goals are established at 3rd and 8th.
So you'll see that in the current data. What we're trying to show here is something, different that's not in taper, just to be able to give the board an understanding of the growth and the progress that has been made just this past 3 years. But you'll see a lot more in the MOY data.
Okay.
So the taper also focuses on other areas. This is the college, career, and military readiness. And this shows you our annual graduates. Here are our results for our AP and IB assessments, and so you are able to see the percentage tested as well as those students that met the standard. Here you see the SAT and ACT results. Again, you see the percentage tested and then those students that met the standard. Here you see the graduation profile, and these are your total graduates by areas. And so here you see the blue section for Spring ISD, and then you see the colorful section that does the comparison to the region and the state. Again, you see our graduation rates, and you're able to see all of by the different demographics over the 3 years. And then you see the comparison to the region and state. And you see our dropout rates, again, in comparison to the region and state. And then here you see the graduates in Texas higher ed. And we also have some information about the other required reporting. Here's our district accreditation status. And so here you see the violent and criminal incidents over the past 3 years. Are there any questions? And so again, you have the full copy of the TAPER report. And so the TAPER report goes through a variety of areas. And so this was just highlighting the different areas in the TAPER report.
I do have one about the graduation rates. If we can go back to that page.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 57 an hour. Says graduates in Texas higher education. Do we have information on students who graduate outside of Texas?
We have information on students that
Is this-
graduated outside of
And
Texas.
their completion rates, rather, to be more specific.
I would
Can you
have
track?
to check to see a public clearinghouse. Yeah, we could,
I was just curious if they do any better, or, the completion is comparable, or, if maybe in a board update whenever you all. Thank you.
Trustee McDaniel, we'll check and see if we can pull that data from the clearinghouse and see if we can get that to you. Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Dr. Jensen?
I'm working off a computer, so it's pages 50 and 51 on my computer. And it's the AP IB results as well as the SAT ACT results.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it looks like we test similar percentages to the state and region, but meeting the criteria, it is drastically different. And this is, to me, a real flashpoint, as I say, about the rigor of our AP courses, and also anybody who's taking the SAT, that would probably speak to the lack of rigor in our English and math courses, that the kids are performing this poorly on these tests. So this is a real problem to me, these 2 pages. You're looking at 35 percentage points difference lower. And I've been just reading a lot of data lately that the rigor of high school courses really predicts future success in life. So I just think we're going to I don't know what the problem is. I'm not blaming students or teachers or whatever, but I bet the teachers know what needs to be done. And I'd just like you all to look into this more deeply and find out what's going on to cause this problem.
Agreed, Dr. Jensen. We have really been reimagining our focus on how we're really approaching the advanced academics work under Amy Ellison's leadership. She has been doing a fantastic job. We have started creating some acceleration camps in our high schools, really allowing our students, because so many times when we think about tutorials and interventions, we really tend to focus on our students that need the intervention to grow. But sometimes we forget about our students, that are already at the advanced level. And, so we have created some opportunity through enrichment and acceleration, tutorials and interventions for those students to be able to get that type of support. We're also doubling down on our professional development, specifically for our advanced placement teachers as well, knowing that a lot of it's also in the training. And you said that, being an advanced placement teacher, it's very difficult. There's a different level of pedagogical practice that has to take place. The rigor absolutely is significantly exponentially enhanced. Critical thinking skills are enhanced exponentially. And so we also know too that we have to also focus and ensure that we not only have our most, highly effective in those classrooms, but also that we're providing the necessary professional development for our teachers to continue to stay pace with how the expectation for advanced placement is going. What's that? Oh, yeah, you will. And we also recently, had a great conversation with College Board and really, re-engaging them as a perennial partner in this work side by side. We're leveraging, different, resources and programs such as UWorld, and also through College Board is offering us a plethora of resources that can also help us enhance that work. But I completely agree with you. We know that, college readiness is a huge component, for post-grad success. And so we're really ramping up those efforts to be able to see a very different story come this time next year.
I just really want you to look at the feeder pattern as well. Having experienced 1 year where in my advanced course, which was very rigorous, I'd had one biology teacher in the department just not teach biology much. And these kids came in to the second course and they didn't know the basics of biology. So the feeder pattern going into these, because I'm not blaming the AP teachers, if they've had kids come in who are just completely unqualified to actually succeed in that course, I think we got concerned about that. The other thing is sometimes just hearing my grandson's friends talk and that sort of thing, I think some kids don't realize the importance of taking really difficult courses. Some of them want to just get along, cooperate and graduate type of thing, and don't realize that you're actually, changing your brain and you're changing your skills and everything when you're into a real hard course that challenges you. So I don't know how we're going to approach the students themselves to get them invigorated.
To piggyback, oh, go ahead.
That was gonna be my question around, didn't we recently change the requirements for taking that exam?
Yeah, that's where I was going to.
So I think that had some impact, cause are the kids really focusing and, doing their best?
Just to kind of piggyback off of that, I think it was Good Reason Houston that just came out with the report. It was talking about just that. The more complex and advanced courses that kids take in high school, it was a larger predictor of how much more money they were going to make, in their careers. So, one of my questions, something that I noticed, and I didn't see it as much here in the TAPER report, is our dropout rate. Our dropout rate has been increasing. And in this other report that I pulled on TEA, what stood out to me was the dropout rate in middle school was increasing for us. And so what are we doing on that level to address that?
It's a 7 through 12 approach. One of the things, we have been doubling down all of our efforts at leveraging all types of ways that we can reach out to our families. Our middle schools specifically are doing call-outs every single day. We're even doing, house visits, making sure that we're going to hear a little bit at the MOI presentation about how we've really focused on parent conferences and really bringing in families to be a part of that, educational dialogue. And you're exactly right. And it starts at the 7th grade level where we see that increase of the dropout happen, and then we see the drop off happen really primarily at the 9th grade, 10th grade level. But it's been a very concentrated focus for us, and we know that that dropout ends up impacting significantly our graduation rate. I am proud of the efforts of what our principals and our teams have been doing at the campus level, at really making every concerted effort at really reaching out and keeping families engaged. And that's a big part of it as well. And also ensuring that, we also have a plethora of services that we have available for students. Students will drop out for various reasons, and we know that. But how are we also providing those whole child supports, to all of our kids that need that extra help and support?
So do we know what the reasons are for the middle school kids? Because at the high school level, it could be family, work, there are a lot more reasons for a high school kid to drop out. And so do we have feedback on why middle school kids are dropping
I'm going to
out?
call out on one of our middle school principals, Ms. Doucette, if you have any, that's a good question. What are some of the things that you're seeing at the middle school level for students to drop out at that 7th, 8th grade range? Didn't mean to put you on the spot, Ms. Doucette, but so sorry.
Good evening. I think part of it can be attributed to just transparently coding, just to make sure we are capturing where students are going. So, and that they are indeed actually dropouts, but just anecdotal data and speaking with students, working for many of our students starts earlier than high school. That's why we try at specifically my campus to make sure kids are leaving with at least one or more high school credit so that they're already on the trajectory towards graduation before they get there. That's with their CTE courses so that they can complete their pathways. So providing more high school opportunities and experiences, and then selling all the different programs we have here in Spring, whether it's the connection with PVA or the different types of learning like Momentum or Winchie, but being able to capture students who may not always traditionally look like the profile of a student that would go to one of those programs, being able to know each of our kids, and that a traditional high school may not be the way, or they may not always have seen themselves there, but us being able to imagine that and manifest that for them at the middle school is going to be and has been what is going to close that gap for them. Thank you.
I also want to mention too, I'm so sorry.
Sure, yes. And so one of our focuses also is on chronic absenteeism. And so, we know with that, there might also lead into a potential, dropout. And so the principals have definitely been focusing not just on, students that have missed, attendance, but ones that are chronically absent so that they can address the needs, not just with the, particular students, but with the families as well. So what we've noticed is, we engage the students, but we also have to engage the parents and the families as well. So we can ensure that our students come to school, but also continue to come to school as well. And, engagement, at the middle school level, kids, sometimes they want to go because they want to be with their friends. So that social interaction, that positive school environment definitely helps us decrease that rate. But just going back to what Principal Doucette said, we are given a list of our 98s. And so the principals, along with their registrar, do make an active effort to call the families to find out where they are. Whether it is through phone calls or whether it is going to visit, their homes, just to figure out why, they're not enrolled or where are they? So maybe they are enrolled, but we just don't know. But that goes into the work that the registrar does also. And so what Principal Doucette said going into that coding piece as well.
So, going back to the CCMR related indicators, the SAT and ACT results, and sort of the conversation that Dr. Jensen started, I seem to recall that there was a time in spring where we required almost all the kids to take the SAT or the ACT, and we paid for that. And as a cost saving measure, I thought we had shifted away from doing that. And so am I the only one that remembers that, or?
Not for last year's data there, what
Okay.
you're looking at, no.
We are having all students, so what you're looking at this taper data is last year's results.
Okay.
And so we do, as you can tell, have a high percentage of participation. And so SAT, there's no payment required for students, not even this year.
Okay.
Where you will see a change is AP exams. Because this district, previously, we provided the weighted points for an AP course, but no testing was required. And so we did change to, you're taking an AP course, you must test in order to earn the weighted points.
Okay.
And so you'll see lots of kids testing, however, our meeting standards or meeting the criterion is not increasing, and that's what Dr. Cuellar was talking about with Ms. Ellington and the work we're doing with, number one, our teachers and providing them the training and resources, but then number two, not forgetting that these students also need additional support. We concentrate a lot on the students that may be struggling to meet their academic requirements, and sometimes we may overlook those that are in AP courses. So we're working on that through Ms. Ellington's work, and then also through student success with Ms. Barnes, and making sure that all students have opportunities to come to those practice sessions for SAT.
I believe.
Do you remember what year? Oh.
I was just going to add. I believe what you were referencing from the budget cut reductions was the conversation about PSAT for 8th graders and 9th graders, where we looked at that element of removing that and focusing on other resources that we had for prep for those exams.
Do you remember what year we started requiring them to test if they took the AP class?
Think it's been, I don't want to misspeak, but it's been like 2 years, I believe, in 2022. I'm not 100% sure, but we can definitely
Just
double
wondering
check.
if we saw any change in success.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Dr. Nosa, because I remember we were having the conversation around our budget and, starting to talk about ROI and whether we were really getting the value out of all of the kids. Some of them, like, who were being compelled to take this test they didn't want to take, and sort of mailing it in, is I guess what the theory was. That doesn't seem, that theory of why this was happening doesn't seem to be holding up right now. And so if it really is a question of rigor in training our teachers to really bring home this content, but the other thing that's sort of encouraging is that data around the cohort data from 3rd through 6th and 5th through 9th grade. Because a lot of the coming short on the rigor in the later grades when it's time for CCMR is because fundamental content isn't mastered. And so this isn't surprising if you look at our STAR results over the last 10 years, really.
So what I was going to ask with that question, and this has already been answered, my apologies, but if they took the AP class, take the exam, they do not pass that exam, how are we weighting their credits?
They still get their weighted,
AP?
they still get the 5 points, the weighted GPA.
Last question. What are we doing for the turnover? Because that is something that I believe is tied to the grades. It's expensive to constantly have to retrain teachers, bringing in new teachers, and I'm pretty sure it's having an impact on our scores and what's happening with the kiddos. And every year, it went down from the previous year, but it's still really high. So what are we doing to address that?
So we do have that as one of our goals and one of the priorities that the board set for us. And in March, Dr. King will be bringing a presentation, an update on our staffing. So
Right.
if
And
you
we've
want to
had
give a quick
conversations
update.
before, about trying to find out the culture, the reason. We've looked at exit survey data, and we will also be this semester conducting those stay interviews with about 300 of our teachers to try to dig down into are there any factors that are prohibiting that encourage people to leave Spring ISD. But it is encouraging to see that it did decrease. But we've had conversations at this table before about the culture, and as far as what's been pointed to from the exit surveys, as far as the culture that at the campuses where the teachers work.
Didn't we talk about exit survey data a couple of meetings ago? Did we get it? Did I? Okay, so I missed it. Okay.
I believe that was in November.
November, okay. Okay.
I know there was some specific data that you weren't able to obtain yet. Have you been able to get that?
We still have not been able to disaggregate it by campus.
Thank you. All right.
I know Kelly has not had an opportunity to talk on this, but so I think she should be next.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. You mentioned the culture as it relates to the survey data. Is that the primary reason or the number one reason for teachers leaving?
Well, if we go back and just going back for the survey data, that it was work environment was one of the at their campus was one of the primary reasons for those teachers who did complete the exit survey.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Workload, work environment, yes, lack of support.
And I just wanted to return to the student factor in all this. And Trustee Adams, you have heard Jaime Escalante talk. But all I've gotten to do is see the movie Stand and Deliver. And one of the key things for his student success was, help me with the Spanish word, ganas? Okay, you've got to have that fire. And that's what I want to see in our students.
All right, any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to state for the record that Trustee Hodges joined us at 6:50. Dr. Cuellar, you can continue with your next item, MOY.
Thank you so much, President Durant. Trustees and Superintendent, we're now going to go ahead and pivot into the next presentation. We're really excited to extend the conversation that we just heard from last year's data from TAPER, and now shifting into what does the data look like right now at this juncture in time. So now we're going to go ahead and present the middle of the year student achievement updates. I'd like to please call up our 5 assistant superintendents to come up to the table. Dr. Harris, Mr. Davila, Dr. Martinez, Ms. Lim, and Ms. Walker. Board, I also want to note that you have an orange folder by your binder. There was some minor revisions made to this deck. We heard the conversation from President Durant about it would be good if we actually had a comparative marker of the actual board goals according to Lone Star Governance. So the changes that were made in the slide deck are tiny blue numbers in parentheses next to the respective grade level that we're holding each other accountable for our board goals. So we can see where we're at right now at this juncture in time and what our end of the year goal is, so we can see how far we are from achieving that goal.
Correct, and those, our goals were set as part of LSG.
Forgive me, Mr. Durant, I should have put that initially in, but I was like, hey, if we're gonna do LSG, we gotta go all in. So I needed to make sure that we made that update.
Okay.
Board, tonight's agenda, just focusing on this slide, just really on just one thing, and that's just really the color coordination. The things that are in blue on this agenda are purely the data. We're going to be looking at data in multiple ways. We're going to be looking at beginning of year to middle of year to see the growth of our children, and we're also going to be looking at cohort data, and we're also going to be looking at achievement data. The colors in gold is going to be the response. So we are going to hear from principals and central teams on what are we doing based off the data now. What is the response to the data mid-year? As always, our Spring Way is always rooted in our vision and our mission, ensuring that we're meeting the needs of all of our students in a thriving, positive learning environment. And we're creating responsible citizens to be globally competitive in our society. Our 6 strategic priorities actually directly connect to our MOI, but for the sake of this presentation, this one's going to be drilled just focusing on student outcomes. I had to put this slide on here for the Lone Star Governance Framework. Really excited to start engaging in the work and to start really transitioning to our focus is purely on achievement, to President Durant's point, focusing on what our board goals are. As we know here, it states at the top, school board behaviors that improve student outcomes, and we know it starts at the governance level. We've engaged in some robust conversations regarding this framework, and we're really, really excited to get to the area where we talk about our vision, our goals, our values, but we move to improving student outcomes. We know we've had some robust discussions, Mr. Adams, around our theory of action, and we know that a lot of our school improvement actions are rooted in this work. Really making sure that we're focusing on an aligned curriculum at which we progress measure the performance of our students, that we are providing differentiated, rigorous professional development, and we're implementing each with fidelity. We started introducing the theory of change model, understanding that we do have a lot of areas of improvement, and we've talked about that. So our theory of change just really centralizes on our tiered support model, our schools that are in need of most support, really leveraging a centralized directive approach to how we're providing resources and supports. And schools that are thriving, that are high performing, have a lot more autonomy to guide their educational program. And going to our commitment, this is directly from Lone Star Governance. We've had this conversation, and this is really near and dear to my heart, in shifting our mindset to how we approach the work. Student outcomes do not change until adult behaviors change. Shifting from the we and shifting to I. Shifting to we when it comes to victory, and shifting to I when we know that we have to address, what the elephant in the room is, and that is ensuring that every single child is flourishing and thriving. And I want to repeat this statement. I am the genesis of transformation. I want to state, as the chief of schools and academics, I oversee 40 plus schools, 34,000 students. It's my responsibility to ensure that those schools have what they need to thrive. And if they're not thriving, then I hold myself 100% accountable for that. And I know that each of you board members hold yourself accountable for the momentum and for the academic achievement of this school system, as we all do in this room. That is our commitment. Our North Star goal has not changed, ensuring that we have no DNF schools in this district, ensuring that we're doubling and tripling the number of our A and B schools. As part of the System of Great Schools strategy, is we want to ensure that we have a high quality seat that's offered to every single child, no matter what campus they are in throughout our school system. Now we're shifting and moving right into our Circle progress monitoring. Our Circle is our assessment system, our assessment that we utilize for our pre-K students, which does assess over these 4 specific key areas, everything from phonological awareness to letter sound correspondence. We've seen this before. This is how we've always assessed our pre-K students. And here we're looking at our BOY to MOY and seeing how much of our students truly have grown. And we see that orange marker is our middle of the year data. And we have seen our students making giant leaps in our early learning grades in each of the respective domains.
Huge increase with letter sounds.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And letter sounds is typically the most complex form of the assessment. So students are typically starting in the range of between a 5 to 15%. But typically, with strong instruction throughout the course of the year, you should be seeing significant strides. Here, board, I really want to call your attention specifically to the blue numbers in parentheses. President Durant just stated in the previous presentation, it would be good if we had comparison markers of where we're at on track to meeting our end of year goals. Well, these goals here are our growth progress measures. Our growth progress measures, if we succeed and we achieve our growth progress measures, it should help us achieve our overall goals, which are measured by the STAR assessment. So we see here from phonological awareness, even down to letter sound correspondence, how close we are already at the mid-year point from achieving our end-of-year goal. Now shifting to our early literacy assessment, which is utilizing the M-CLASS. M-Class does utilize parts of our DIBELS assessment. And DIBELS is a nationwide tool that we use to be able to assess early literacy and fluency. And we utilize our M-Class and our Lectura for kindergarten through grade 2. And shifting on to the percentage of on and above grade level, I really want to call the board's attention to the cumulative average of grade K through 2. Because we are, one of the board goals or growth progress measures is K2 performance on M-Class. And we see here that we have grown from 48 to 52 to mid-year, and our end of the year goal for our M-Class performance is 64%. So when this assessment was taken before the winter break, we were at 52, and we have 12% to go to meet our end of year goal. Here we're breaking it down by student group. And one of the things I really wanted to call out on this slide was just the amazing strides that we're seeing from our emerging bilingual students. I really want to commend the work from our multilingual department, Ms. Hoke, but more importantly, all of our teachers and our leaders who are doing some amazing work for our special populations in our schools. And one of the things too that I want to call out to the board is that you're going to see this consistent thread throughout the presentation of seeing how our emerging bilingual students have grown so much, in most cases also outperforming the all-student group.
Dr. Cuellar,
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
ask real quick, that note on the bottom about the accountability subset, is that similar to how we talked about the last time, the students who have been here?
Yes, ma'am.
Took the test? Okay.
You got it. So same students that took the assessment for BOY are the same students that were captured for MOY. And now we're pivoting to our response and support. And I would like to call up one of our dynamic principals, Ms. Patterson from Hirsch Elementary, who's going to talk about some of the work that she's doing at Hirsch and a lot of her colleagues are doing in our elementary campuses.
Good evening, President Durant, Superintendent Dr. Hinojosa, board members, and members of the community. At Hirsch Elementary, we have carefully analyzed our mid-year M-Class and Circle assessment data for pre-K through second grade, and I'm proud to share some important trends and action steps we've taken to support student learning. We are seeing consistent growth in literacy across all grade levels, and students have demonstrated significant gains in phonemic awareness, early decoding skills, and comprehension. This progress underscores the strength of our small group interventions and the dedication of our teachers to foundational literacy development. However, we recognize areas where we can grow. One of our key focuses moving forward is strengthening phonological awareness and vocabulary development. Targeted interventions and enhanced phonics instruction will help ensure that every single child meets their learning potential. We don't just look at data at Hirsch, we act on it. After each major district assessment, our teachers participate in data PLCs, where they analyze results and develop action plans to address student needs. Teachers track student progress using our campus data tracker and keep it top of mind through our PLC Rooms Data Wall. Our use of M-Class intervention tools, which are Burst and Boost, allow teachers to craft customized intervention lessons that target individual learning gaps. Our literacy small groups and stations continue to be a cornerstone of intervention, driving gains across our campus. In pre-K, our teachers are adjusting where needed to ensure that their implementation of Heggerty aligns with the Circle assessment. They are making adjustments to their small groups, their stations, and their one-on-one teaching to make sure that students have the opportunity to participate throughout the year in a way that makes and matches the assessment. One of the most impactful changes we made is adopting a 90-minute uninterrupted PLC. This was inspired by a visit to Jenkins Elementary. This year, we've refined this process by incorporating weekly at-bats where teachers practice lessons and gather feedback, the use of lead forward resources, and the creation of anchor charts and know and show charts to deepen teacher understanding. Our teachers are also engaging in content walks throughout the campus where they can visit classrooms of their peers because there's a lot of great things that they can learn from other teachers in our building. We are confident that these collaborative efforts are contributing to more effective Tier 1 instruction and stronger student outcomes. Equipping our teacher leaders is confidently lead PLCs has been a top priority of mine. I've poured into our instructional leaders to increase their capacity, and I'm proud to see high-level collaboration happening across all grade levels. Next Friday, we have Parent-Teacher Conference, and our teachers have already begun meeting with parents. Parents have the option to meet virtually, in person, or via phone. This way, we can ensure that every parent has the opportunity to be an active partner in their child's education. Thank you to Trustee McDaniel for coming to read to our primary grades last semester. Your presence matters. When we all work together, our children succeed. Thank you for your continued support as we remain focused on growth and achievement at Hirsch Elementary and all of our elementary campuses.
Thank you so much, Principal Patterson. As Principal Patterson would say, Hirsch is on their way to an A.
Soaring all the way.
Doing amazing work at Hirsch, by the way, to call that out. Okay, moving on to MAP achievement. One of the things I...
Do you have
Oh, yes, sir. So sorry.
Sorry. Does our two-way dual language programming reach down as far as K through 2? It does. Are we seeing any differences in those students that are in the two-way dual languages in terms of their M-class scores?
We are seeing increases. And Ms. Hauk?
I see the emergent bilingual, and so I wondered, like, kids that are being exposed to that, if we're seeing differences.
The question, Ms. Hauk, was that are students seeing the differences and improvement as well in our the dual language classrooms?
Absolutely. I would like to highlight that last year, our two-way dual language kiddos, 36 of them took the Avant test. And as we know, and Dr. Hinojosa has mentioned before, 31 of them did achieve Spanish 1 high school credit. So they're leaving into middle school with that high school credit. In addition, we had 170 high school kiddos earn the distinction for bilingual biliteracy on their high school pathway. Our goal this year, and Dr. Hinojosa has already given us that challenge, we want to double the number of kiddos that follow that pathway and receive that acknowledgement along with TAVE seal of biliteracy.
Thank you. So what I'm really curious about is whether that subgroup of students that are doing two-way dual language programming is like what the ROI for that is looking like on this chart, this one here.
Mr. Adams, what I can do is we can go ahead and we'll break that apart for you.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and send you that data. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll place that in a board update so everybody receives it and isolate. Because the difference between the one-way dual language, which would be those emergent bilingual.
Right.
And then the two-way is what you're looking for.
That's
Is
right.
there a difference between the two-way dual language performance in K2 to K2 one-way dual language?
Which would be a powerful argument for expanding that program. Or if we're not seeing growth like we would expect,
That's a good question.
maybe we don't need to continue that program.
We'll look specifically at those grade levels. What we are seeing is that high school credit of those students that have gone through the program, the two-way dual language, 31 of them having the high school Spanish credit. So the long term, but what you want us to do is compare the
Right,
early
is that
grades.
creating tangential effects, right? Are those kids also doing better on the AP exam or on the SAT exam, right? Like, if that is a factor that is causing that to happen, I think we need to know, yeah. Thank you.
My question is more community driven. So on this M-class chart here, at the kindergarten level, it's 58% of those kids are on grade level. So those are the kids that we're getting for the first time unless they've gone through our pre-K programs. And so is that 58%, is that a normal number? Is spring kind of an outlier in that way? Do we have young parents that are, their parents had young kids at a young age and so they're not understanding the value of school? So I'm trying to understand that number because is it just unique to us or is that kind of an accepted percentage of where kids should be when they're coming in kindergarten? the 58%? In-class honor above grade level. Because if we're already starting behind, you know, how much, what else are we missing, I guess is my question.
We can certainly look at that because this data has national data sets that we can get and compare, because there may be something to look at there. You remember we heard from Ms. Davenport at the State of the District, and she talked about, especially this little group of students that are coming right now, how her daughter was, speech delayed, and so coming to Smart Start, being in pre-K, got her caught up. So there may be something there, so we can look at our data and compare to the national trends and see if, is there something unique, or is it any urban district? But we can certainly look at that. That's good. It's good.
I think the important part of that, Trustee Correa, is that 58%, that's the middle of the year. That's actually significant growth from where they were when they arrived, when they were at 49%. And so kids are coming in at kinder. We've seen that study already about the impact that pre-K is having on the kinder kids. So that's impressive growth though, from beginning of year to middle.
Right, and it is huge gains, but it just brings me back to how much farther could we not have to start our kid? Is there something that we can do to get our kids a leg up?
Like the Smart Start program?
Like the Smart Start, yeah.
So one of the things too, is I was working with TK to pull some data, but we pulled up Corpus Christi and, they use DIBELS, which is comparable to M-Class, and looking at their rate, they're at 45%. And so I wanted to at least give you something of comparative value before the night was over. Yes, ma'am. Okay, moving to MAP achievement. And really focusing on students that are on or above grade level. We know that MAP is our national norm assessment that we use as our leading indicator, which is what we use specifically for our growth progress measures. MAP does assess up to 10 to 12 million students nationwide. And one of the things I did want to take the board through really quick as a visual is just thinking of a mountain. Because MAP assesses two different things. MAP assesses the achievement level with where students are expected to be based off the national norm average at that point in time. And that also looks at growth. So when I think about growth, I think about a student at the base of the mountain, at the BOY, and at the point in time to MOY, where are they on the mountain, on their journey? When I think about achievement, I think about that fixed area that students are striving to hit, which is that expected standard. We know that growth, we know that learning growth is not linear. What MAP does is it really takes a student's progression, and it really allows us to really individualize, to be able to accelerate students when we see a point in time that students are struggling. And so moving into achievement, what we're looking at is the orange marker. The orange marker is the recommended RIT average. That orange marker also translates to a meets average performance for students. If we were to try to correlate that to STAR. On the last couple of slides, we're going to go through a STAR correlation report. So you'll actually be able to actualize what you're seeing here to what we actually are going to be able to see at the end of the presentation. So what we're seeing on this slide here from grade 3 through English 2 is that the majority of our students are meeting the recommended expectation of on or above grade level. When we look at the gray bar, because I know that's something too that's catching our eye, and we're looking at the gray bar that's above the orange marker, the higher that the students climb based off that RIT average means that they are achieving towards master's level, advanced master's level performance. A typical average for grade 3 reading and mathematics is that you want to typically see a child between 180 and 190 for their RIT average. Here we set our marker for 186, and we see that in grade 3, we're so close to meeting that mark of that national average for our students to make that expected outcome or that expected gain. Moving to math achievement, One of the things I want to call out that we know that our mathematics performance is definitely in need of opportunity. Math has actually been the Achilles heel, not only in Texas, but in the nation. The National Assessment Performance Scores for NAEP were just released last week, and we saw 4th and 8th grade regress in mathematics nationwide. Not saying that that's an excuse for Spring ISD, because our schools are doing amazing things to ensure that we're closing those gaps exponentially. But even here, looking at this chart, there is room for opportunity. Yes, grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, but we're close to hitting that expected average of meets. I want to pull out kindergarten, who's exceeding the national average. And I want to specifically call out Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is closing the gap exponentially, as they are significantly above the on or above grade level. And board members, what this tells me is by the time we analyze the STAR assessment at the end of the year, we should see more students that have passed Algebra 1 the first time taken, and we should see more students passing the EOC Algebra assessment the first time taken. This should significantly, based off this data, I'm hopeful that we're going to see a significant reduction in our retesters as well. Here is breaking down what we just saw on the bar graphs, but breaking it down by Black and Hispanic students by gender. In really looking at this data here, we do see that over half of our students are performing on or above grade level specific to reading based off the MAP results. And then shifting to mathematics, and we just spoke very honestly and transparently that mathematics, has been an area of concern for us. And our numbers are a little bit lower, but also I want to call out that the district average still shows that we are still making movement forward at the amount of students that we have that are on or above grade level in math. And now we're shifting to MAP growth. So we talked about the achievement levels of our students. Now we want to see how much of our students grown from the beginning of the year now to the middle of the year. And so board members, again, I want to call your attention to this slide. You have the little blue numbers in parentheses. These are part of our board goals. These are our growth progress measures, where we are being assessed on grade 3, 6, 7, and 8 reading. And these are the number of students, or the percentage of students that met their required growth indicator. As we see in grade 3 for reading, we're at 54%, and we're 18% away from our end of year goal. Grade 6, grade 7, and grade 8 are striving forward. As you can see, even in grade 8, who's exceeded the EOY goal already at the mid-year marker. And now we're looking at our math percentage of students that met growth. Our all student group at 53%, but I want to call out again, grade 3, 6, 7, and 8 mathematics, which is a growth progress measure that we are being assessed utilizing our LSG framework. And looking at grade 3, and I really want to pull out 3rd grade, because we know that 3rd grade was one of the lowest performing grade levels according to our STAR data from last year. But look at the amount of growth that we are seeing out of our 3rd graders. 60% of our students have met growth at our on or above grade level. And we're closer to our EOY goal at 76%. So we're 16% away from actualizing our end of year goal. As we know in 6, 7, and 8, lots of room of opportunity, because you know that we want to see these numbers in the 60th percentile. But even with 40% in grade 6, we're 9% away from our EOY goal. We are 1% away from our 7th grade EOY goal and 3% away from our 8th grade goal. And now we're looking at our cohort. And this is our MOY to MOY. And this was something I know Mr. Adams, you had asked for from the last presentation. So when we look at grade 4, this is last year's 3rd grade students. So 55% of that same cohort, of that same subset of students, 55% have met growth in reading. And then we look at 5th grade, which is last year's 4th grade, the same thing, 54% of our students have met the growth indicator. And that's that same cohort that we're following. We got to see Ms. Taylor present that through the 3-year trend, and this is looking at it from a year to year. This is just a visual, just to capture it as a bar graph. The same data that we just saw, but taking the numbers into the graph. One of the things I do want to point out is that Emergent Bilingual continues to shine. They're doing some amazing work. I'm looking forward to also getting that data, Mr. Adams, too, to really see the impact of our dual language programming. But here really calls out that emerging bilingual continues to see a trend, as our gifted and talented are seeing a trend of the percentage of students that are meeting growth. And here we're looking at math. Again, I'm calling out math has been an area of concern. When we compare our math to our reading performance, we know that our math performance last year on STAR was a lot lower than reading. But here again, there's still areas of strive. And at our district, from all students, from grade 1 through 8, we have, again, half of our students that have met the growth mark already in mathematics. And again, I want to preface that this assessment was taken a month and a half ago, so we are expecting by now, as they're taking the interim, to be much, much farther ahead in terms of what this growth percentage looks like. And again, it's just taking the numbers and putting it on the color visual for you so we can see what the comparison of those groups look like as we're looking at our cohort of students. And now the big thing that we've been waiting for. What does this look like for STAR? So here we are at the mid-year point. December, we took this assessment. So how does MAP translate in telling us, and how does it correlate to where we are at this point in time as a projection? And so really centering our attention to MOY, as of right now with this assessment with reading, we would see from grades 3 through 8 that 70% of our students are at the approaches level, 41% at the meets level, and 14% at the master's level. Again, room for improvement, absolutely, but there have been significant strides forward in terms of how much our campuses are moving through for our academic outcomes. These are really, really good strides forward. And then looking at mathematics, again, calling it out. Mathematics is lower than reading. And we know we have work to do, and our schools and campuses have been doing a lot of work at really, really drilling down and ensuring that we are providing a lot of supports for our students, a lot of professional development for our educators, really focusing on the data, the PLCs, and really doubling down with our math efforts to ensure that we're making strides forward. But even so here, there's still glimpses of hope that we can still continue to make gains as we move forward in our interim, as we reflect where we're at this point in time. And at this point, Board, I would like to call up Ms. Letty Hauk, as well as Dr. Ayana LeBron, who are going to talk a little bit about the response to what we're doing for our special populations based off our mid-year data. And when we look at our emerging bilingual and our special needs students, we have close to about 16,000 students that fall in that category. That's almost half of our students. So there's a lot of good work that's being done by our schools, but also from our central teams that are doing this work.
Before they come up, Dr. Cuellar, can we go back
Yes,
real
ma'am.
quick? I want to make sure I understand the prediction slide for the reading.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you re-explain? Because I actually did go back to last year's start to look at that 6th grade cohort to pull their 5th grade star.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks really similar to this, so I got confused. Can you tell me, re-explain this?
So the prediction as of right now, based off of our MAP assessment, is at this point in time, this is how many students would be classified as approaches and meets and masters at this point in time.
So these kids would meet if they took the test today?
Correct.
Okay.
41%. In reading and 27%. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or is it that they would have met if they took the test in December?
What is the BOY, 2024 BOY, 2024 MOY?
The BOY is the prediction of where they were at the beginning of the year, based off of that point in time. And the MOY is the predictor based off of where they're at right now at this mid-year, based off of this point in time.
So the MOY is typically used as an indicator of how they will do on the STAR.
For the end of the year standard. Yes, ma'am.
It's because this is 2025, so that's why that.
But with the again, with 3 more months of instruction.
And the reason we have 2024 MOY, we took it in December.
Got it.
And so, yeah, because I was saying it's 2025 right now, but it is, we took the test in December.
24, 25.
24. This school year is 24, 25, so be on the 25 star.
And one of the things that we are gonna hear about, trustee McDaniel, is one of the tools that the map provides is the learning continuum. That's one of the most powerful reports in my opinion. That actually tells you the entire growth progression of every individual student. And it also drills it down to the specific standard as well. That's a report that all of our principals and teachers use to ensure that we are growing our students based off the data.
Did they have any MOI in January, or was all testing finished in December?
It was all in December. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And one of the reasons too, I do want to call out that last year we did take the MOY in January, but we moved it up to December. We moved it up to December because we wanted we wanted our teachers to take action once they got back from the winter break. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, because I know I'm not crazy.
No.
MOI
No.
in January as well.
It's been typically taken in January, but we did move it up for that purpose solely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Allow more time for intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
How quickly are we able to grade that assessment in December? So that when our teachers come back in January, they get a few days of professional development where they could be analyzing that data and then planning accordingly right out of the gate in January.
The map, the online platform gives you the data immediately. So schools and teachers are able to get that data through the NWA portal. And then you're able to, to mobilize immediately once the data is available to you.
I think ultimately where I'm going is I would like to be having this presentation next year at the January meeting. To give us that much more time to really give them the aligned curriculum that we're talking about in our theory of action. And so that's why, like, if we can turn that around quicker, like we administer in December, like if it's computerized grading, we have some results, like, to my way of thinking, like instantly, almost.
Mr.
Or I have
Adams,
that wrong.
they definitely get the teacher reports, they can get immediately. So for us to produce these reports, it takes a little bit longer because they're consolidating. And we just wouldn't have met the January turnaround timeline to get it to you.
Okay.
But we certainly, we turn in these presentations like 2 weeks in advance or something. So, there's a lot of lead time. But the teachers automatically, and I see the principals everybody's nodding.
That's more important.
They get it. They start working immediately. It just takes us longer to get these reports to this format. But we can certainly do different raw presentations for you all in January.
Let me make sure I'll clarify though. This year we moved MOI to December. So the intervention started right when they came back in January. And so we're actually a little more ahead of the game for an opportunity to intervene
Yes, ma'am.
with students where they need help. So we actually have more time this year than we've had previously.
That is correct. And we also moved up our window for BOY as well, so we could have the data much sooner to start to intervene also.
Dr. Correa, President Durant, absolutely. So the goal was for our leaders and the teachers to have the data actually analyze and have an action plan before they left for the winter break. We know that after a break, you forget about the data or the data becomes stale. And what helped this year is that when we came back to the break, we had a professional development day. So they had an opportunity to refine their action plans, and so they hit the ground running. And so absolutely, we're rocking and rolling, and the data is being worked on, and so we're seeing progress now.
Trustee Adams? You good? Okay. You can keep going.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'd like to call up, please, Ms. Hauk and Dr. LeBron, and they're going to go through these 5 bullets very quickly. I really wanted the board to hear just some of the approaches and some of the strategies that we're taking to really address the needs of our special population students. Ms. Hauk?
Yes, good evening, Board President Durant, board members, and Dr. Hinojosa. I'm going to give you a quick snippet of some of the intervention and some of the support that we're offering in our campus EB programs. Let me start by mentioning that we have 5 EB supplemental support and development specialists and 2 coordinators at the elementary level and middle school and high school levels who go into our Title III schools and offer weekly support. That support is via coaching with the teachers, via lesson planning, via lesson modeling within the classroom. This support is integral to our Title III, our Tier 3 campuses, and those are our focus campuses for that. Next, I'd like to mention that we do have additionally part-time language tutors that visit focus Tier 3 schools as well, and they provide in-class content and language support to focus students. Lastly, in alignment with our theory of action, we also have our multilingual team to date has offered 74 EB-focused professional learning opportunities. These are offered in all 3 modalities. We offer them virtually, we offer them via hybrid, and also in person. These align with the theory of action in differentiated PD, and they are in the areas of instruction for EB students as well as compliance for programs. This is offered, of course, to our teachers, our administrators, parents, and support staff. I would like to now turn it over to Dr. LeBron, my partner in crime here, so that she can share some of what they offer.
In addition to, and good evening, in addition to what is taking place for our EB students who receive special education, the special education team is providing differentiated targeted support to those tested grade levels to support both our general education and our special education teachers with the implementation of the individual IEPs. This takes place during PLC time and inside of the classroom in real time with the students. We also have designated, and what's available right now, the accommodations workshops for our teachers to focus on the implementation of accommodations aligned to the curriculum current time. These are offered in person as well as online for our teachers.
All right. Thank you, team. I really appreciate it.
When we go into the Tier 3 schools to offer that additional support, is that offered to all teachers or targeted ones?
We're targeting our our STAR tested grade levels right now. So 3s, 4s, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and EOCs.
As are we.
When you go in coaching though, are you coaching all of the teachers or specific?
Well,
Sorry, I'll answer. Yes, so we wish we had enough resources to cover everyone. And so, especially the time of year that we are now, we're narrowing our focus to ensure we meet our North Star goal. And in most of our schools, it's our 4th and 5th grade reading and math teachers that are gonna help us accomplish that.
Thank you.
But
That's what I wanted to hear.
We do see collaboration from our instructional leaders, our principals. We do have those meetings with them. And like Dr. Martinez says, it's very focused, very intentional.
What about outside of STAR season?
We continue. We continue to support both in school and professional learning throughout and into the summer as well.
One thing I do want to share is that we support our coaches as well, so I don't want you to think that the teachers that are not Tier 3 or the teachers that are not targeted are not getting that support. So we meet with our coaches every month and we support them so that they're able to support those teachers. So they're still getting support, just not maybe the targeted additional support from the central staff.
Thank you.
And Trustee McDaniel, also, we start right when September hits. So once the BOY happens in the campuses and we get that data, the team is launched into schools right when September comes around, right after Labor Day. We are in schools 3 to 4 times a week, supporting our leaders and our teachers. So I just wanted to put that out there too, so we can put a time frame on it. But we do start right when September starts.
Trustee Adams?
So this is gonna sound harsh. but I want you all to hear this in the spirit of continuous improvement. What you just laid out is not different from what I've heard sitting up here for the last several years. It differentiated special coaching, like that's what we've been doing. The state says that we need substantial intervention. And so I kind of expected to hear something different from what I've been hearing for the last 6 years. And so I'll put that out as a challenge. We need to do something different for our special needs kids, and not what we've been doing for the last 6 years or so.
Can I piggyback off that?
No, go ahead, 'cause-
Yeah, I honestly, I was gonna ask the same question because I noticed that we went from needs assistance to needs substantial intervention. So is there a resource? Did something change? Is it a lack of personnel? Like kind of what happened that caused us to drop in that area?
And Dr. LeBron, if you'll explain, and so yes, with our special education students, you'll see their performance, and that's one of the reasons we got dinged, is the state is requiring that even students that, for us, were in a specialized curriculum, that they now had to move into taking the STAR exam, the on-grade level STAR exam. And so we have many more students that are in a self-contained classroom, that are in a specialized curriculum, that now last year all moved into testing on the on-grade level STAR exam. And so, you know, you can expound a little bit more on that. I know Dr. Cuellar knows and has those numbers. So that was a big shift for us. And this is as a result of what we've seen at the federal level to the state level, where we were in Texas having certain controlled numbers. So I'll let you all talk a little bit more about that, and that definitely impacted us. You're right.
There was the requirement for, that the state develop new alternative participation guides for students participating in the STAR Alt-2. And with those participation requirements, we had to relook at every student who is on an alternative curriculum and who had been on alternative curriculum since early years in their academic learning time. And so because of that, we did reevaluate during the ARD meetings in the IEP whether or not the students continue to meet participation requirements. We found that over 120 students no longer met that participation requirement and had to come out. So yes, we are on campuses and we're supporting teachers. We have spent a lot of time really building capacity of our special education teachers. I think the piece now that we're moving into that is that focused attention to all of the teachers who instruct students who receive special education. And so we leave our resource and our AB programs and our CASE program and really go into those general education classrooms, working with our teachers. How are we providing the accommodations or the embedded supports for our students right now with the curriculum that we have? Or as you're going into the interventions, how are we ensuring that the IEP is going with the student, and what does that look like as we work through supporting the individuals?
So we still have our resource courses,
We do.
like numeracy and.
For, yes, math and reading. We have opened up some, depending on the individual's needs. We do have some students who came out of our alternative curriculum, and they still need quite a bit of direct instruction from special education. And so some of those students at the high school level started receiving resource in possibly science for the biology components. So it just depends on the student's needs, and we had to make some shifts based on the STAR Alt-2 participation requirements. And the students who had been in a self-contained learning on an alternative curriculum, they've been in that arena for some years.
So I'm gonna,
Thought we lost some of those courses with the budget.
I'm gonna repeat, the standard has become more rigorous. It's gotten harder.
Yes.
And so all the more reason why whatever we've been doing with the Band-Aid or the prescription that we've been applying has not been working, and now like the problem is even worse. And so whatever it is, I trust you all to, as the brain trust, to figure out what additional thing that's not on this slide now needs to be up there so that we are getting the achievement outcomes we need for our special needs kids.
And just the other piece to add to that, I think I'm gonna keep pushing fixing our culture, because if we can make some of the gains that we've made with an inconsistent workforce and the difficult conditions, you know, can you imagine what we can do when it's stable and things are good, so.
Trustee McDaniel and then trustee Hodges.
Yes, to trustee Correa's point, I just wanted to note that there are significant gains here, and so just applaud everybody for the hard work that you're doing, the adjustments that you've made. I know we talked earlier at the beginning of the year about pausing to change the curriculum, and I wanted to ask, do you attribute any of the growth to those curriculum changes, and if so, what would that be? Or what did that look like?
I think it's a lot of things all at the same time. I mean, I think the adjustments that were made was really just, helping, our resources be more simplified for teacher access. And, I also want to say, like, all the myriad of focuses that all of our schools are engaging in, a profound focus on writing. I mean, we have started writing so heavy once the summer came. Once we found out that that 50% of the students in Texas, failed the writing component, I mean, we completely revamped what we were going to do to create a foundation for writing to occur. So even the way, we've been implementing our PLCs, how we've been doubling down on and how we're coaching, our teachers and how we're supporting our teachers. I think even how we have completely realigned the professional development offerings that we offer and really keeping it to the big rocks. What are the big things that teachers can use now? And really the magic is happening in the schools, and that's just from a centralized level. But the principals each individually are just each respectively doing amazing things to really move the needle for kids. So I think it's a lot of things that have been taking place all at the same time.
Definitely. And some we heard from Hirsch with the peer walks and just taking innovative approaches, like Trustee Adams said, doing different things, collaborating with peers, those are the types of things that are going to change our results. So I just wanted to take a moment to applaud the work that everyone is doing. And then you mentioned PD. I am wondering, with our population of emerging bilingual students, how are we ensuring, because now we know ESL certifications are not required anymore like they used to be. We still have a high population of emerging bilingual students. So how are we making sure that our teachers are prepared to serve our students linguistically?
So when we submitted our application for our exceptions and waiver reports for teachers that were in the bilingual or ESL programs and not certified yet, we submitted a very robust plan. Part of it has to be professional learning. We just received the great news that our application plan was approved because they liked what we had. So we track those teachers. Those teachers are tracked by the multilingual department, making sure that part of the robust plan is that they have to take 4 required professional learning sessions: equitable grading, ELPS Come Alive, TELPUS Awareness, and ELPS TELPUS Connection, which are integral. And then we have also the new sheltered instruction model, the content-based language instruction, CBLI, which our teams have trained in and are offering in the 3 modalities that I mentioned earlier. And so that plan is very streamlined as to the professional learning, because we are aware we have a large number of DOI teachers, but the state did approve our plan.
So if I'm a DOI teacher, is it optional for me to enroll in that series? Or how does it work?
They're open to everyone, but the teachers that we track were the teachers that we submitted to the state, where it's a requirement. And we track them as far as how many sessions they've taken.
So what are the characteristics of a teacher that would be tracked?
the teachers that were submitted in the application for the exceptions and waiver report. So I might have ESL teachers in my classroom, but I am not ESL certified. I
ESL
might be a
student, okay.
certified teacher, but not ESL certified. The same with the bilingual classrooms.
Right, okay, got it. If I have ESL students, I'm not certified, I have to take these courses through and follow this plan.
Yes.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a question about hiring or staffing with special education. I know that we had some significant vacancies. Where are we on that for special education particularly?
Yes, it continues to be a challenge. When we come next month, we'll share the full report about where our vacancies were for this year. One of the things for next year, we've already secured 21 special education teachers who will be joining Spring ISD from the Philippines. That was in the previous board update a couple of weeks ago. These are fully certified Texas teachers who will be with us. So we recognize the challenge, and so we're sourcing domestically and abroad to fill that challenge.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to let you go ahead and continue your presentation, and following that, I'm going to ask if you have any additional questions that we provide them through our new tracker. So we can stay on time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Letty.
Thank you.
Team. Oh, thank you so much for your hard work. Okay, shifting to our last slide. I am going to call up our principals, but I'm going to go ahead and talk through these things and have our principals up here if there's any additional questions. But we're going to, move forward. And so just to close, these are just some of the things. And Mr. Adams, I'm glad that you're pushing us on what are we doing differently than what we're doing before. And these are things that we're doing a little bit differently. They sound the same, but we're leveraging these intervention strategies a little bit differently. Everything from how we're analyzing our MAP data reports, really looking at our learning continuum. One of the most important reports that we talked about in MAP, was the learning continuum report that really drills down to the individual student and their progress of learning. Even how we're utilizing student data conferences at all levels. We heard a little bit from Principal Patterson that talked about we have a very important parent conference day that's coming up. But our principals don't only leverage those specific days, they're doing that constantly. And that's also a reason why we're also seeing a lot more involvement from our families in the education of our young ones. Looking at Amplify Eureka and the Carnegie curriculum, we're really gearing our PLCs to really be more data-centered. And our teachers and our administrators, but most importantly, our administrators are leading these PLCs with their teachers, really leading the growth conversations, leading the data conversations, but we're also leveraging some of those reports that we talked about, like the learning continuum, and how are we charting out our course of action as we move forward into the next interval of instruction. And one of the things that we're really excited about that is very different is that we started providing Saturday school and after-school tutorials in September. We did not wait till February to start our intervention period. We started in September, and I attribute a lot of our growth that we're seeing also is because we have started our tutorial process much earlier on, and our schools have been doing a fantastic job with focusing on some of those efforts. I do have the principals up here because from Dr. James, Ms. Patterson, Ms. Parker, Ms. Doucette, and Ms. Warford, there are only 5 of our 40-plus fantastic leaders that are really doing this work district-wide, and I really wanted to commend the hard work of our leaders for really stepping up each and every single day for the betterment of kids, and just wanted to acknowledge them, and they're here if there's any questions that the board may have.
Well, I would just be interested if they had anything they'd like to add.
And I will say that like Saturday school, and so that's what I'm talking about. Like that's doing something that we haven't done, so.
And yes, sir, Mr. Adams, we do Saturday school twice a month, and we were charged to have after-school tutorial at least twice a week, and that's something new that we are doing. I also can say on the special education side, we also looked at the curriculum and looked at what do they need. So we made it an equal playing field for all of our students, and we're allowing them now to be exposed to the rigors of the curriculum, so we can make sure that we are providing what they need as well as differentiating the curriculum for them. Inside of PLC, we talk about those things, and we truly dive deep into seeing what they need and what resources they may need to contribute to their success. And so we hear you as the board, because those questions, and we ask those questions in PLC as leaders. So having that 90-minute PLC allows us the opportunity to truly dive in and ask our teachers those questions, because a lot of times as teachers, they're thinking about, okay, all kids, what I'm gonna teach them right now. But having us the opportunity to be inside those PLCs and leading those PLCs and being the instructional leaders that we are, we're able to speak on it and making sure that we address the curriculum for not only the special education students, but also our EB students as well, and our GT students, because I do not want to leave them out, because those are our master students. And a lot of campuses are doing Saturday school for our master students, because we do not want on the elementary level to forget about them. And we do want them to take those AP courses once they get to high school. So we know it needs to start. And I'll let Ms. Patterson talk about, she piloted with GT and partnered with them, and she has a program on her campus where she's partnering with GT and she's leading the charge.
Well, GT is something that's certainly near and dear to my heart. I was a GT teacher, I was a GT student. My kids were GT students, and so I think that it's really important not to forget about them. And so one of the things that we struggled with was trying to see how do we get those kids that may have been at approaches, but we're trying to push them to meets or masters. Because if they're meets and they're approaches, their parents are like, they're great, they're fine, they don't need tutoring, right? So they wouldn't sign them up or they wouldn't come. So then we are doing something different just for them and letting them know that, hey, this is where your kid was, but they're one of our star students. We need them to be at the master's level. So please bring them to tutoring so that we can have a special program for them. We've also partnered with Amy Ellington, and we went to GT conference last year. And so during intervention time, we're piloting a new program, MindWorks. And so the kids get that. It's a lot of hands-on, lots of STEAM activities, but they get that during their intervention block. They're really loving it. It's been working great. My teacher who was pulling them is now the new GT coordinator. And so he's moved up to the district level, but we're going to continue that work. We're really proud of Mr. Castello and what he's done at Hirsch, and now the district can get to use him all over the district, but we're going to continue with that initiative throughout the school year.
And something that I would say to Trustee Correa's point about building culture and collaboration, one of the things that I'm super passionate about is our PLC process. The 90-minute PLCs has changed the culture and the collaboration piece for teachers, because they now have that extended block of time not only to work with their counterparts and with the other teachers on their grade levels, but also with their culture, with their coaches. So we're really building that culture of collaboration. The teacher's not on an island by themselves trying to plan. We are utilizing those internalization documents, those learning continuums, and really having rich discussions during that extended time to not only build great lessons in the classroom, but to really build on our culture piece. So when Ms. Parker and I go to campuses and we're observing those PLCs, we're really starting to see the culture shift with the teachers, because they're able to have that time that we've not been able to give them before, that has really started to change that. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to see that as we continue to retain our teachers.
Good evening again. I just wanted to share with secondary students, a lot of times they have a lot of competing priorities, being athletes, PVA students, and a lot of those are our Meets Master students. And then even at Do It, there are many of our students who were former Star Alt 2 students. So our Saturday school has been a little bit revamped. Our students are able to engage in tutoring on Saturday. We provide breakfast, lunch, and transportation, but they also have their rehearsals right after. So they get a double treat on those days, but it accommodates their busy schedules. Parents get a little break, and then we do all the heavy lifting for them. But we've been able to tailor it to both sides of the spectrum, because we noticed that our success is just not based on intervention with remediation, but also extending the learning as well. So we've provided 16 Saturdays. We started, like Dr. Cuellar said, back in September, based off of our BOY data, to really start intervening and supporting and stretching from the start.
The last thing I would add is the importance of relationship and making sure teachers are connecting with students. To your point about culture, that's extremely important. I sent emails to staff about checking on the well-being of students, and so we can have testing and things like that, but if they're not well, then that would be a challenge. and also making sure teachers understand how to use the reports. Dr. Quigger, I mentioned the continuing report, extremely important, but breaking down those concepts and know where students are. So again, relationships are key.
And I know a lot of times y'all hear from us, but like we even have some principals in the audience, like Miss Womack. I can talk about her Saturday school, how you see that picture, her kids are actually building things. And so we not only just take the TEKS and just constantly have them just having, we want to make sure they have hands-on things to do so they can also apply it to their learning. So it's not just something that us up here are always talking about, but I want you to also to know our colleagues are also doing the same things.
Ms. Womack, you want to stand up? I don't know if you wanted to add anything. It's good to see you.
One of the other things I talked about earlier, how it takes all of us working together, so our students really need to know where they are. So I know everybody that's here, everyone, all of the other principals, you've had a big focus on making sure that we're having those student data conferences, because it's not just us knowing where they are, it's the kids knowing, the parents knowing, because it takes everybody rooting us to the finish line.
And Miss Daniel, McDaniel, I can always tell you, our kids, we have growth parties. And it's not just in elementary, it's in middle school as well as high school. They tell us what they want, and they tell us, okay, I'm gonna achieve this, this is what I want. I want to have a day of game day. And so we're actually taking out time this year to truly focus in on their voice, because I know that was a choice that you charged us with last year. And so we've had glow parties, we've had growth parties. I know Dr. James has had parties with his scholars for STAR. And so they're enjoying school and they're telling us what they need to be successful.
Thank you. All right.
I think
Jensen, this is going to be our last question.
I think you answered most of my question by that picture up there. But I was interested in the alternative ways you teach a lesson when the child did not get it the first 2 or 3 times. How do you find more ways to teach a concept or a skill?
We have a lot of resources and manipulatives that we bring in for hands-on activities to making sure that we can reach their needs, because even some of our GT scholars need that hands-on just to see how to apply it. And so one thing I do like about the curriculum is cross-curriculum. So we're able to partner with science, we're able to partner with social studies, we're able to partner math with reading. So they're able to be exposed in different ways of how to learn the curriculum and the skills they need to be ready for the next level and to be college-bound or workforce ready, so they can make the money that Ms. Correa was talking about, the lots of money. And they talk, and you know, it's great to hear their voices and seeing what they want to do. I have a student that he just competed in the Science Olympiad, who never would have thought that she would compete because she was one of my special education students. But to see her take and build something with her hands and be very determined that I need this to work, that the coach had to come over and say, it's okay, it's science, you know. But she said, no, I'm going to build this. And so, you know, they are being able to express themselves and knowing what they want and allowing and telling us, no, I didn't learn it like that. Can you show me another way? So we are allowing them to use their voice to guide the instruction.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you so much, leaders.
Great work, everyone. And can our principals all stand up that are here this evening? Thank you for being here. Can someone tell me when is the targeted improvement plan due to the state?
February 28th.
So I can't table it. All right, let's go.
Quick.
It's still your item.
It will be quick. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and call up to the table. We have the incredible Ms. Bell joined by our incredible Principal Shack. We're going to go, this is a very simplified presentation that the board does here every single year. It's an overview of our targeted improvement plan. We're going to talk about the work that's happening at one of our campuses, and then we're going to go ahead and close.
Okay.
So with that being said, Ms. Bell, it's all yours.
Good evening, President Durant, esteemed Board of Trustees, and our super proud Superintendent, Dr. Hinojosa. Tonight, I have the opportunity to present our overview of our targeted improvement plan for the 24-25 school year.
Tonight, we highlight the vision and mission of our district as key drivers of our daily work. The presentation will focus on how we bring our mission and vision to life through the implementation of our targeted improvement plans, supporting our efforts in school improvement. As always, our work remains aligned to our 6 priorities, which serve as our compass for ensuring authenticity and intentionality in school improvement. Targeted improvement, the process actually begins with the identification of our CSI campuses. Campuses who fall within the bottom 5% of, the bottom 5% of the bottom 5% of closing the gaps, I do apologize. Those campuses based on their level, elementary, middle, high, or alternative, once they are categorized and they fall within that bottom 5%, they are then identified for comprehensive school improvement. Once a campus is identified, they are required by the state of Texas to create a targeted improvement plan, and that plan should focus on their key indicators of success and addressing their specific areas of underperformance. TEA School Improvement Theory of Action for the ESF process. It says if districts and schools build a common vision of the highest leverage school practices based on their ESF model, receive ongoing targeted feedback and support in plan implementation and change management, school improvement monitoring will occur, access current state of school practices in relation to the vision, going through the ESF diagnostic process, and then connect to effective and specialized capacity builders, which some of our campuses have engaged in through TEAL. Then prioritize gaps in systems and practices. That's our school improvement plan, which we'll focus on as our tip. Then schools and student outcomes will improve. We have 5 campuses that we are supporting. 3 newly identified campuses, Link, Heritage, and Sawyers, were identified in the 24 school year, and they are in year 1. Clark and Booker were identified in the 23 school year, and we want to highlight that based on their work last year, they were able to make progress and will, if they continue to make progress and surpass their previous indicator, that they will exit school improvement. We highlight the spring component of our calendar just to ensure that we are definitely on track for meeting our targets with our school improvement efforts. Our 5 campuses have participated in the EELS Aligned Flips. The first session was actually hosted here in spring at Teach Up. Through that process, campuses and campus leaders and leadership teams are able to engage in planning around their specific indicators or levers that they'll focus on for school improvement. I draw your attention to the circle as the question surfaced from President Durant. When is it due? The 28th. So we are definitely on track. In the spring of 24, our campuses that were identified in the 23 school year engaged in the ESF diagnostic process. They were rated or given overall implementation levels based on the 5 levers and those key indicators of success for those 5 levers. Within a semester's time, the process shifted and the focus became still aligned to those 5 levers, but a new focus on being able to respond to 6 essential questions as the ESF team collected their artifacts and visited campuses for their diagnostic walks. So if you were able to look at the diagnostic data, you'll see the 2 originally identified campuses have one process and the other 3 had a different process. This year's tip, did not come with a tip template other than the one that is in the ISAM database. What we did to support campuses was to create a draft of that document so that campuses could create uniform products, not only for our purposes, but for the purpose of being able to deliver and meet with their stakeholders and ensure that the content from campus to campus was delivered in a seamless fashion. This tip has been simplified, where our campuses only had to focus on a drop down with the statement of school improvement, their strategy, the resources needed to implement their SI strategy, the curriculum, and our stakeholder feedback opportunities. The feedback meetings provided to the stakeholders could have come in a myriad of ways. They were either able to present through Zoom meetings, on-campus meetings, their PTO sessions, or their school campus improvement progress meetings. This is a photo from Heritage. We see Principal Clark there engaging her group, and she hosted her meeting on Wednesday, January 15th. Our other three campuses, in addition to Clark, hosted their meetings within our January timeframe so that we could be prepared for this meeting and receive their feedback from their stakeholders. To give us more insight into the process that was followed for not only this tip overview, but also how they achieved progress in 23-24, we have Ms. Mashanda Walker-Shack, Principal of Clark.
Good evening, President Durant, Board of Trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, and guests. This evening, I will share with you how I was able to turn around Clark within 1 year and how I plan to continue the progress. As you know, turning around a failing school requires a leader with a clear vision, high expectations, a sense of urgency, and grit. From the very start, due to the lack of structure, accountability, and expectations, I recognized that reshaping the school culture was the foundation for meaningful change at Clark. This transformation began by me establishing a shared vision amongst my leadership team, my teachers, and my staff, which outlined clear roles and responsibilities for each person and clear professional expectations for teaching and learning. Additionally, I implemented a comprehensive behavior management plan that established clear and consistent student expectations inside and outside of the classroom. Once I began to see a positive shift in school culture, my focus expanded to building the capacity of my teachers and my leaders through continuous observation, coaching, and feedback. The work involved frequent classroom visits, weekly PLCs. Last year we had PLC twice a week. It was 60 minutes. So basically I was able to see my teachers for 120 minutes. In addition, we held one-on-one data conversations with teachers and leaders as well. This work played a vital role in the development of the 18 DOI teachers I had last year. Beyond shaping the culture and developing my teachers, I knew I had to gain my students. So to engage them in their own learning. So every morning I walked my classrooms, I greeted my students, I listened to them, whether I was busy, I had a parent at the front office, whatever, I still took time to listen to my students. I celebrated all their achievements, big and small. This daily investment in my students sparked their investment in their own learning, which I believe was the key factor in our success last year. Getting my students involved, getting them coming to school was a primary focus as well. And so once I got them there, put structures in place, learning was able to take place, was able to happen. Although Clark has made significant strides, our work is far from complete. We are now in year 2 of the school improvement process, and currently my leadership team and myself are participating in the essential action and lever support process, which focuses on building capacity in my leadership team as well as myself to improve our instructional practices and accelerate student outcomes. In addition to this work, we have developed a targeted improvement plan as stated by Ms. Bell, I'm speaking at Dr. Bell. A targeted improvement plan that outlines how we will sustain and continue upon our progress. So the work is being guided by the results of our 23-24 Effective School Framework Diagnostic Report. We held ours last year. We got the feedback from it. So based on the feedback, we identified two critical levers that would drive our continued success. One being level one, which focuses on development of leadership, instructional leaders, whether it be my coaches, my assistant principals, interventionists, etc., as well as building teacher capacity through structured observation and feedback cycles. Landing on the primary focus would be level 5.2. Yes, we did observation, we did feedback, but what we noticed based on the diagnostic, there wasn't a lot of alignment amongst the team, and so we wanted to make sure we have a clear, concise process for providing coaching and feedback in ongoing cycles. As outlined in our targeted improvement plans, we are implementing a series of strategic actions designed to further move Clark to build that culture of excellence and academic achievement. And some of the ways that we're going to do this, and I will say that you've heard some of these things before, but it worked for Clark, and so we're going to continue these things as well, but just improve on them and be more intentional and strategic. So I stated that last year we had PLC twice a week for 60 minutes. This year we moved to a 90-minute extended PLC time for teachers, which has been a great success. It allows more time for practice, lesson internalization, and just overviewing the data. Additionally, I want to propose in my master schedule next year, still trying to figure this out, but an additional 45-minute planning session focused on a curriculum alignment and student intervention strategies across grade level, across curricular. So I have third, fourth, and fifth. We're all working together. So I'm still trying to work that piece out. Professional development, bi-monthly coaching labs dedicated to delivering targeted high-impact professional development for our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 teachers. So just like we differentiate our students, we have to differentiate professional development for our teachers as well. That would include looking at data, making data-driven decisions, and enhancing strategies for student engagement. Excuse me. Leadership meetings, they're on my calendar. But just being more intentional, making sure that I'm holding my weekly leadership meetings to consistently review and address the challenges of our campus, to look at the data, to revamp our action plans. So that is one of the pieces of feedback that we receive, making sure that I, as a leader, I hold to my meetings with my leadership team. Targeted interventions, redirecting funding towards evidence-based intervention program for students performing below grade level. Investing in research-based curriculum, as well as enhancing our technology tools that support effective teaching and learning. Non-instructional duties, making sure that I am allowing time for my leaders to be into the classrooms more versus being at cafeteria duty, bus duty, hall duty, those things. So how do I reduce the non-instructional duties for the leadership team so they can impact teacher capacity, which will entail impact student learning and achievement. So by strategically reallocating and allocating these resources, we aim to foster sustainable improvement, aligned with the Effective Schools Framework. Lastly, as Ms. Bell stated, an essential part of this TIP process was stakeholder involvement. So to support the development at Clark, a survey was distributed to the leadership team, to teachers and parents, allowing them to provide valuable feedback or input about the vision for Clark. Additionally, we invited parents and teachers, staff to participate in a virtual meeting to share their thoughts and give us any suggestions on our plan of action. I firmly believe that my teachers, my students, my parents are all deeply committed to the work that we're doing at Clark, and with the support of Region 4 through the Effective Schools Framework, we will continue to make progress at Clark. Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to Ms. Bell.
And I know this was done earlier, but I'd be remiss if I did not again acknowledge the 5 principals that are participating in the comprehensive school improvement process. And so if they'll just wave again. These principals are doing exceptional work with using their campus improvement plans and then taking the targeted improvement plan as an overlay to zoom in on some of their strategic practices. Through the EELS process, they are able to again train with their leadership teams and then follow up with an implementation visit from the ESF team. So I'm very excited about that work. In summary, the targeted improvement plans are developed to address specific areas of need identified through the diagnostic process. The tip was shared with stakeholders during various engagement opportunities. The diagnostic informed the identification of targeted strategies tailored to each campus's unique opportunities. And our next steps in monitoring: campus leaders will participate in regular progress monitoring activities and receive ongoing support in the implementation of their improvement plans and addressing their strategies. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Don.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation, and then also, Ms. Walker-Shack, for all of your work, all of, it takes a lot to turn, a campus around. And so, especially you starting off with the culture piece, I'm sure you heard the phrase, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And so starting there, I know really makes an impact on your campus. I've been there. I've felt the culture that you've created,
Thank you.
there. And so I commend you for being well on your way to be out of this process. One question I do have, and I know I can look on the TEA website, and I will do some digging, but what I'm wondering, the criteria for how they select campuses and why it's only elementary schools. Do you have any?
So it's not only elementary campuses, it just happened to be for us, elementary campuses for our district. And again, they fell in the bottom 5% of the Closing the Gaps, which is our domain 3, on our own accountability system. And so the cut scores, for each year actually shift to identify that 5% range.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work and sharing that information with us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, everybody? Thank you. Back to our seats. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Terrell. Without any objections from the board, I'm going to move to the item and come back to item 6. So for our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of District Operations, Mark Miranda.
Thank you, President Durant. Dr. Hinojosa and members of the board, I'm on page 225. My item is the multi-campus exterior safety GMP for package 3. This is for fencing for multiple campuses. It does include some renovations to the Gordon Anderson parking lot, and this is a guaranteed maximum price for this package, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions?
How many is multiple?
It's on page 230. There's 41 campuses plus the administration building.
Thank you.
That's great.
I know we had a police chase that went across one of our playgrounds just in the last day. Would this have stopped that?
I'm not sure specifically on that campus. I heard someone in the audience. I'm not sure of it. No.
So many factors there, it may have been a deterrent, but it was not at all related to the campus, just happened to be near it.
You want to come on up so we can hear you?
But this will, while he's coming up, this will include unscalable fences. But unscalable is, you know,
Well,
Can't climb.
they're designed to be unscalable.
there's no barbed wire, concertina wire at the top, no?
No barbed wire. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening. So that particular instance, it may have acted as a deterrent, but to say it would completely stop the individual from going over that fence, I can't say 100%, but anything we can do to act as that deterrent would be beneficial.
But it would slow him down?
I've seen some guys go over some pretty high fences,
Oh,
but
my gosh.
yes, that should have definitely slowed him down, or at least deterred him to a path of lesser resistance. How about that? That's normally the way.
One wonders why those people aren't doing athletics and their abilities.
From what I heard, he was pretty fast, but yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we're going to back up to our previous item, and so for that, our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Terrell King.
Good evening, President Durant. My apologies. I couldn't run back upstairs fast enough. So if I'm a little out of breath,
I had
was
your back,
running,
TK.
So, trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, senior leadership team, and guests, tonight I bring another exciting item as part of our Grow Your Own initiatives. As Trustee Hodges alluded to earlier, you know, it's a multifaceted approach to sourcing teachers for Spring ISD. We do traditional recruiting methods. We do non-traditional recruiting methods, which, you know, one we got to see at the last regular session with our Spring Way, our spring, those teachers from the Rio Grande Valley who were here in the recruitment and giving them letters of offer of intent for when they graduate in December. And then we also focus on Grow Your Own programs. And so Grow Your Own programs is another way we source teachers. And just to give you an overview of, you know, since the 22-23 school year, we've partnered with a lot of various organizations, educational institutions for Grow Your Own programs. We've had a total of 74 participants over these various programs. We have lost some along the way. We've lost 17 of those 74 have not gone with us, but those were mainly in the early years of the program and partnerships. We've become a lot better at our selection process and the support that we give to our teachers. I'm proud to say, 17 teachers have completed and earned their certificate, teacher certification, and we still have 41 that are working towards becoming certified teachers in our various programs, such as Panther Term, partnership with Sam Houston, I Teach, University of Houston CTED, and the Harris County Department of Education. And so, said we've got 17 complete. We've got 41 still in the process of completing. So just to give you an overview of where we're going. So this particular MOU, if you remember, we brought to you last semester an RFP for a Grow Your Own program that was awarded to Sam Houston State University that will train 12 teachers. And this particular MOU is for this is no cost to these teachers, to these 12 teachers. We'll prepare them for kindergarten through sixth grade certification in bilingual education and special education, two of our critical shortage areas. And so that's what this MOU here is an agreement between Spring ISD and Sam Houston State University to support the district's Grow Your Own program. The program is designed to provide aspiring educators with tuition-free education that will result in a bachelor's degree and certification to teach in Spring ISD with a specific focus on pre-K through 3, sorry, I said pre-K through 6, but it's pre-K through 3 certification in bilingual and special education. And so we're asking for approval of this memorandum to finalize this process and begin the program. Feel free I can answer any questions. And I also want to thank the team in the back, Ms. Tiffany Weston, our Director of Educator Certification and Teacher Pipelines, who has been spearheading this process, along with Dr. Alejandro Gonzalez, our Assistant Superintendent of Talent Acquisition and Engagement.
Dr. King, I'm just trying to figure out how much this will cost us. I noticed that it takes $125,000 for each student, and that grants will pay for approximately 61% of it. So are we the ones who are paying the rest?
That's a great question, Dr. Jensen. So if you turn to page 199 in your package, you see the fees. The $125,000 is our cost. And then the balance is a contribution from Sam Houston State University. $125,000, that's our cost, is being covered by a grant from the Houston Endowment. So it's no cost to us.
Wonderful.
Houston Endowment, I just say, is excellent partners in supporting our goal of getting certified teachers. And so they are great partners and supporters of our efforts.
Gonna say kudos to the grant writer that secured that funding. That's well done. Is there somebody here that can take a bow for that?
Miss Weston.
All right.
And Natasha Tillman. I don't think. Yeah. Natasha Tillman. She's not here tonight.
Great work. Keep them coming. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay. Our next items are our CFO, Ms. Westbrooks. Do you think the timeline is good for this evening or better for the 20th? The meeting on the 20th?
I think we could make it through it in about 13 minutes.
Okay, then let's
Okay.
go.
Okay. I am on page 233 with our first item, which is a resolution regarding school closures due to Winter Storm Enzo. We know that we had the quite rare event of having a snow day in Houston, Texas, and so we were closed Tuesday, January 21st, and Wednesday, January 22nd, and we're seeking the board's approval to approve the resolution that will allow us to pay our staff according to policy for inclement weather closures based on this winter storm.
Any questions? Let's keep going.
Okay, on page 236, this is an annual recurring report of purchasing cooperative fees that the district is required to bring forward to the Board of Trustees each year. This is for the 23-24 fiscal year. We
we're a part of 18 cooperatives, and we're required to bring forward the fees that we pay to participate in those cooperatives. And you can see on page 240 is the list of the fees that the district paid for the 23-24 school year. The fees are extremely minimal. The most cost that we incur is based on per PO when we're purchasing either vehicles for our white fleet or if we're purchasing buses. So you can see on page 240, very minimum amounts of fees that were paid associated with our involvement in participation in our cooperatives.
Any questions on that?
I don't have any questions on that, but we do have a motion for the previous one about the closure and paying.
Okay. We'll get her motion when she's,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And so,
I was wondering, I was just following. You usually get them in at the end, right?
yes, yes, we can
Thank you, Dr.
come back and
Jensen.
vote on it. Thank you. On page 241, we have a request for proposal for tutorial services. And this is a request, an RFP where we attempt to qualify as many vendors as possible that meet the district's qualifications to provide tutorial services. We had 37 vendors that responded. You can see on page 243 that we were able to qualify 36 of those 37 vendors. The one that was not moved forward was primarily because it was a fairly newly established, and the scores were relatively low for that reason. But overall, we're seeking the board's approval of these 36 recommended vendors to go on our list of awarded and able to provide tutorial services to the district.
I noticed that these tutors are located in different cities. Do they have local representatives, or is this virtual tutoring?
I believe it's a mix of both, and so, but the majority of them have representation that's local for us. But I'm not going to say that there aren't a few that have some virtual capabilities.
Who contracts with these vendors? Are the building principals?
Sorry?
Who contracts with the vendors?
It could be our campuses or our 21st Century program that also provides some tutorial services. And it could even be something that our academics team could arrange. I know with our multilingual department, they arrange for tutorial services. So pretty much all the departments or campuses could utilize these awarded vendors.
And this will just be the approved pool for them to.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, that's why we like to have a large pool, so we have options when the opportunity arises. Was there a question? I'm sorry. No, we're good. Okay. Continue. Okay. Our next item is on page 247. And so this is the monthly financial report for the general fund that is provided to the board on a monthly basis through the board update. And we bring it to the board 3 times a year so that we can just, again, review the format, see if there's any questions. You will notice that beginning with the November monthly report, we actually changed the format of the report and included a narrative so that if you're reviewing it, we've got some highlights for you. You can know exactly what's happening during that time frame. And of course, if there's any additional questions, then we can address those at that time. So because the narrative is in here, I won't necessarily walk us through the report, but I'll ask if there's any questions based upon your review and analysis that I can answer at this time.
Hearing none, you can continue.
Okay. Almost there. I have, 8 minutes. I'm good. So on page 253, it is the second budget review for the 24-25 fiscal year. And so we know we bring budget reviews to the board 3 times after the adopted budget. And so on page 254, this is the letter, that's the summary of what's happened in this second budget review. And so with general fund, we had an increase of $6.7 million to our revenues, and that is, nearly all of that is related to our teacher incentive allotment program. So we receive our funding for teacher incentive allotment through our state aid, but we tend not to budget during the adopted budget for it because we don't always have that amount for the next year. So that's why we're adding it here now. And so you see the increase for the teacher incentive allotment, which is the payout. For our teacher payout, which is a little different going into this next year, where a portion of it is going directly to our teachers, but there's also 10% that'll go to the campus that's generating the funding, and 10% that'll go to for the cost of administering the program. So that's what the increase is for both the expenditures and the revenue. So every dollar that comes in for a teacher incentive allotment through state aid is directly spent on that program.
And we use some of that for administration of it?
We do. This time, with this new application, 10% of it was able to be used for the administration. And let me clarify what the administration of that program means. For example, the benefits associated with TIA. So we're paying the employer portion of Medicare costs, those sorts of things. So that's a part of it. And it allows for things like the big celebration for our teachers that are receiving the TIA awards, though able to give them a reception and some of the things you see on Twitter at other districts that we weren't able to do before, but now we're able to use some of those funds for those types of recognitions of our teachers that received the TIA allotment. And the other is some of the cost of running the actual program, because it's extremely involved to run the teacher incentive allotment program. And so the administrative cost helps with the cost of running
Right, the
program.
submission of the reports is very cumbersome. The amount of reports that have to go, working with Texas Tech and working with TEA, to get the data submissions accurate so that our teachers are paid accurately. So this helps run the program.
An actual
still
funded
use it.
mandate.
I'm sorry.
It's actually they actually are funding this mandate. They could apply that model to other stuff. It'd be nice.
Are we still utilizing, I know we purchased a program to help track that. It was something that I believe they had started utilizing in Longview.
Yes, but Battelle for Kids.
Okay.
Yes, and so that's how we do our part of the roster verification process. And so now, instead of paying for that locally, that can also be paid out of that 10%.
All right.
Okay, and that's the highlight in general fund. There were no changes in the child nutrition fund, no changes in the debt service fund. In special revenue, we had equal offsetting changes in revenues and appropriations of just under $500,000. And those are all associated with the programs themselves. TEA does a roll at the beginning of January, and so that could cause some small increases to some of our funding sources. And so we put the budget in for the revenues and the expenditures. With capital projects, we increased revenues and appropriations by $157,000, and that was mostly associated with interest income that we're earning on the capital projects funds. And then with the staffing allocations, we added 20.5 positions to the Manning table. Of those, many were associated with our special education program. 7 of the positions were related to special education. 2 were related to enrollment or enrollment changes that were related to the bilingual program, or just enrollment increases and decreases that happened throughout the year, and are all in accordance with our staffing guidelines. And there are some corrections, and I'll call one of those out. For example, with our police officers, there were 5 officers related to HB3 that were a part of the adopted, approved budget, but they hadn't been added to our staffing table in this format. So that's a correction. So even though it's an addition of 5, it's not a true addition because it was a part of our adopted budget numbers that we had. So that 20.5 sounds large, but we have the details if there's questions related to that.
Questions?
Real quick, the vacancies, the dollar values that we hold for the vacancy, any
Yes.
vacant positions. Is that in the general fund or is that in appropriations? Like where would I find that on the?
So with vacancies, it's two things. First of all, we actually do budget for some vacancies. We do not budget to be 100% staffed. We would have a much larger deficit if we did. So we actually do about a 5% vacancy allotment that we're assuming 5% at any point in time of our staffing is going to be vacant. Anything above that, it is in the appropriated budget, and then you'll see that when we come in November, and I say, well, we budgeted a $20 million deficit, but we actually only had about a $7 million deficit. Well, the difference is because we had that savings that was above and beyond what we anticipated with our vacancies. So it's in here, we don't spend it, it ends up either going back into the fund balance or it offsets other costs. Okay, thank you. Okay, and my last, I think I have two more items. On page 276, this is our annual review of the investment policy, and there are no recommended changes to the policy. We worked with our investment firm, and there are no changes. Of course, we're in a legislative session, so if something changes as a result of the legislation, then we'll come back and we'll have changes at our next annual review. But as of now, no recommended changes. And I believe, Madam President, I finished with 1 minute to spare.
Okay. 1 minute to spare. Thank you, Ms. Westbrook. Before I move on, any other questions? Okay. We gotta do your resolution.
Yes. For the pay resolution, yes, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution regarding school closures due to the winter storm Enzo.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Jensen and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the board adopt the resolution regarding school closures due to winter storm Enzo. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Teachers can get paid.
Yeah, they're raising their hands in the back too.
They voted with us, huh?
Yes, they sure did.
All right, for our next item, it's the second reading of TASB's local update, and I'm gonna turn it over to, Dr. Lapita Hinojosa.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. Yes, it is our second reading, and our governance committee worked on our policy update. Normally, that comes directly under our general counsel, and so I want to formally introduce our new general counsel. Her second week on. This is, I want to introduce Jody Kinnemer. And Jody, you do have, Ms. Kinnemer, you do have a microphone. Yes.
Yes, I do. Hi, nice to be here. I'm happy to meet those of you that I missed last week, and glad to get to work with you moving forward on policy.
All right.
And I can answer some questions if you have them on this one still, but I may have to defer to some of my counterparts that were here right during the initial reading.
Yes, every chief is prepared. We work directly with the governance committee, and every chief has their section, and they'll be able to answer any questions if there's any questions under second reading for policy 123.
Okay, so I'll ask our governance chair, trustee Hodges, if she has any feedback or comments from the committee. Okay, and so at this time, I'll ask if anyone has any questions regarding the proposed revisions from TASB's local update 123. This is our second reading. After the vote on this and consent, these policies will go into effect. All right.
I did.
Go ahead.
The security personnel, commission peace officers piece, that was completely struck.
Which page?
308.
308?
So is this something else is replacing this, or?
What color is it? Let me get there.
one prior to it replaces it, or the one, yeah.
Did I miss that? Okay.
CKE
I did.
replaces the
Thank
CKEA.
Got it. Thank you.
It tells you that the, address the one policy, all security agreements the districts have implemented. We've been deleted this policy and moved it to the, CKE logo, the previous one. Okay. Did I just answer the same question Mark answered?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, for our next policy, I'd like to recognize the Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. Good evening, members of the board and all those with us tonight. The first one is AE Local, and these changes are to update the policy to reflect our Every Student, Every Teacher, Everyday strategic plan. Currently, the policy shows for Every Child 2020. So it's just bringing that up to that new strategic plan.
Which page is that one on? 363?
363.
Any questions from anyone? Okay, we can keep going.
Beginning on page 385, these next three policies all relate to transfer procedures. So FDA,
Transfer of students?
yes, transfer, both in district and out of district transfers. So to give you a little history. Last year, we did some work with principal feedback to get input on the process and how we could help support and improve it. It was a collaborative effort with our principals, and there was a heavy burden on them. We get over 1,000 transfer requests every school year, and so there was a lot of research that has to go into that, into these students that are requesting the transfers. So we worked to centralize the process. We also have been working through our systems of great schools with the Texas Education Agency, and one of the areas that we were focused on in those sessions was on transfer process and do our transfer processes reflect best practice, and so how do we help ensure that we are providing equitable opportunities and options as a district of choice and opportunity, and so that's where those revisions came about.
Okay, what was your page number? I guess mine's different.
The first one, FDA Local,
Yes.
is on page 387.
Okay. Right, you said 385. That's okay. They're out of order, but that's okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. Any questions? Next, you can continue.
FDB Local is can be found begin on page 390.
Questions? You can keep going.
And then policy FDE Local is on page 394.
Any questions?
I did have one on 391. We changed the transfer between schools from the assistant superintendent to the superintendent or designee. Is that normal?
No, I'm not voting for him.
What do we normally do?
I don't support any one of them.
Yes, and so currently those transfers are handled through our Department of Innovation. And so we have Dr. Tingle, our Director of Strategic Innovation is there. He helps lead that process, works collaboratively with our principals, and also Coach Oliver, who's here in the audience as well, if there's anything regarding UIL to research and investigate. And so that is a change where before there used to be forms. So the way this policy was written back in the day, you'll even see a reference to like the triplicate forms. And what that was, that parents had to fill out a form and then pay actually a fee and then submit it to the assistant superintendent, who would then review the request. We changed that process and went to a digital system to increase efficiency. We removed the fee. And so here it allows for greater flexibility. You'll see that in a number of other policies, that it's like a change to superintendent or designee as positions change within the district or roles. So that way, to go through the policy changes of the first reading, second reading, it takes some time where we'll be able to be more fluid.
I would just add to him and say that's a pretty common standard transition that we're seeing from TASB when they're updating policies. Overall in their updates is to move language to superintendent or designee when we list specific individual positions in those, right? They're often missed in updating when we change the titles of those positions or those roles shift around in the district, right? And so it gives us that flexibility to use our administrative regulations that the administration can make those simple changes to specify that specific designee.
Okay, thank you.
I have some concerns at the high school level with the principals not continuing to be able to support those transfers. They had a process that was very collaboratively between our high schools, where they were able to identify why the transfer was happening for specific kids, to avoid someone transferring from impact to UIL. And I'm not comfortable that we've moved that process from our principals.
So, and I actually will ask both Coach Oliver and Dr. Tingle to come forward. I know we also have a couple principals that stayed after. We have not heard that from any principals.
High school principals?
From any high school. We have not had a single high school incident or concern that's been expressed to us. And so that is news to us. I'll hand it over to Dr. Tingle, who leads that process. And it is a very collaborative process.
Before you do that, I'm still not clear on what you just said.
The high school principals historically have supported any transfer requests that come into their campuses. In the last year, that's been moved under Dr. Tingle, right? Here at the administration office.
When you say supported, do you mean they had some sort of veto power over?
No, they made the decisions and
Okay.
everything around transfer, and they've taken that decision from the campus administrators and moved it to I guess, sort of a committee process.
Okay.
At the administration level.
Thank you.
Did I state that correctly?
I would say that's not accurate, but I will defer to Dr. Tingle, who actually worked with our high school
Okay, so
principals.
the
to develop
principals are
the
no longer doing the transfers though, correct?
They are involved in the entire process, and the data part is being pulled by us centrally to cut off the burden for them. But Dr. Tingle can speak to those pieces.
Good evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, Board of Trustees, Senior Leadership Team. Excuse me, I'm recovering like a little bit of a cold, so we might have to spray this after I finish talking. Thank you for the opportunity. So technically, the principals still have 100% leeway to approve or deny transfers. We didn't publicize it like that for the community. If they're listening, they'll know now. But essentially, what we did is that, as Dr. Pariseau stated, we just took the burden of the data collection from the principals. So every single principal has their own individual spreadsheet. So myself, my secretary, every single transfer that comes into the district, we pull every single student and we pull the data for them. So if it's Jenkins Elementary has a spreadsheet. So Ms. Parker goes into that spreadsheet. She looks at every single student that has put in a transfer to her campus. And so we pull the data for every student. Prior to that, when you got a transfer to your campus, they were looking up every single student. All we're doing is looking up the data for them. There's also a column for principal comments. and there's a column for approval or denial. The principals push approve or deny. We don't push anything in the system unless they do. So if it gets around 10 days or so and the principal hasn't responded, we'll call them or we'll tag them in the spreadsheet. But we don't move unless they asked us to. And if there's a concern with the transfer, they come directly to my office. So we centralize the process for the community, but internally, the principals still approve or deny them. And anytime there's an issue with a transfer, we handle that in my department. So technically, we centralized it, but the approval or denial, we did not centralize that. That comes from the principals. So that's the process.
Thank you for the clarification. Trustee Adams?
We're talking about FDB local, is that correct?
FDB is going to be
The last three.
All three of the last three.
All three of the last three.
and that specific process is, what I just outlined is not outlined in the policy. It's just saying that superintendent or designee, which would be myself. But internally, we've developed a process that we presented to principals last spring that allows them to do that approval part so that we go in the system and push the button. Okay. So what we're doing is just the behind the scenes work for the principals so that they don't have to look up every single child.
There's no policy change that we're making that changes. Like, we used to call these regulations, these were administrative regulations.
The regulations.
Because the superintendent or designee thing, that is like, that's happening everywhere. But I don't see anything here that talks about sort of the sausage making of a transfer. Okay.
Yeah, we were trying to, we centralized the process for the community, but internally, we developed a process that makes it move behind the scenes.
Gotcha.
And so we were just trying to make sure that the wording matched what our practices were doing, and so that's what the update was for.
Gotcha, thank you.
And we also are very clear that athletic transfers are not approved. That's not a justifiable reason for a transfer. And I know Dr. Tingle and Coach Oliver can also speak to the UIL ramifications and the steps that we take, because we do have programs of choice. If you want to go to a barbering program, we only offer that program at one school. And so if you're a high school student and that's your dream to be a barber and there's room, but you're zoned to Dekaney, that academic transfer allows for that. And if you guys can speak also to the UIL implications.
So I'll take that piece of it. One thing Dr. Tingle does when we get the results back from the principals and he looks at it, it automatically puts a red flag on there because it lets us know if this student is transferring. I need to know for athletic reasons because we always look at it from a UIL perspective in our office because if the student transfers, the UIL automatically is going to say, well, what's the reason? And then if it's an internal transfer, they're going to say, that's back on you, Coach Oliver. And so a lot of times what we do to make sure the district is protected, when these students transfer, if it is an example like Dr. Parasol just said, and they wanted to go to, let's say, Westfield for the barber program, and then they're there at the first available opportunity. So in UIL rules, that just means ninth grade. So that was your first opportunity. Once you break that and you transfer, then a PAPF has to be submitted for that particular student athlete. That means they're not able to play varsity anymore. Automatically, that's going to go to the DEC. Doesn't matter who the student athlete is. And if the DEC does not approve it, it actually goes to the state executive committee.
Coach Oliver, could you de-acronym?
PAPF. PAPF.
PAPF is a previous athletic participation form. It's mandatory when you wind up transferring for whatever the reasons are. The DEC is the 146A, that's the district we're in for athletics, that's the district executive committee. So when they get to the district executive committee, they have to make a decision and they want to know, why is this student transferring? If they feel like the student is transferring for athletic reasons, it's a done deal. And they're going to deny it, which means that particular student athlete will have to sit for 365 days, which is basically a calendar year, before they can be allowed to be eligible to participate on varsity. Now, so that's why it's important for us. And the UIL looks at University Interscholastic League, looks at any transfer, there has to be a reason. And that's when we get involved. And that's what I do like about the process we have now, because in the past, I really wouldn't know that we had students transferring until they get on the new campus, and then I'm like, well, who is this student? We don't know who they are. Oh, well, coach, he transferred last week. So now we have a process that also protects us, Spring ISD and Spring ISD athletics, on the UIL side, and also for that individual student athlete. So it's a process, and it's a big deal for us on the athletic side. And so we try to protect the kids. We try to make sure that they understand why and what the ramifications are. But then there are situations that that student is not transferring for athletic reasons. They didn't meet the criteria of the program that they moved over to go to in the first place. And in almost all cases when this happens, that's not that student's home campus. So if you transfer it over to be a barber and you're not meeting the cosmetology regulations or what they have in place, now you're going to be sent back to your home campus. And so that's the reason why it's so important to us. And anytime those red flags come up, Dr. Tingle is always alerting me, and that's how we work it.
And to clarify, it's part of the application process now. In the past, we had no way of knowing. So it's a required question that parents have to ask, have to answer when they're applying. You know, do you plan to participate in this? Do you plan to participate in that? And so it's the same process, whether it's UIL or regular transfers for a pathway. It goes on the principal's spreadsheet, and they can see that the child is going to play athletics. They can see before they approve or deny it. And so once they make that decision, then we go in and push it in the system. So that's essentially how it works. But all of the reasons, the extenuating circumstances, if they want a program change, all of that stuff is in the application. Principals don't have to go in the application at all. They just go to their spreadsheet, and we've typed all of that stuff in there for them. All of the grades, all the discipline, all the attendance, all of that is in their individual spreadsheet that they have access to. And so they go in, and some of them may call. Some of them say, hey, can you call the parent? I don't understand this circumstance. We do all that work. And then they go in and just approve it or deny it, and then we move forward. But that question is now part of the transfer application process so that we can know.
That brings me a much better level of comfort, especially around UIL. I've seen where transfers have caused us heartburn from a UIL perspective. So I appreciate the clarification, because when you start talking about transfer, I'm like, oh wait. Trustee Adams.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
You good? Questions answered? Anyone else?
Yes. UIL isn't just athletics, it's also PVA.
Yes.
So I assume that there is the same kind of safeguards there too.
Absolutely. So we don't get as many for PVA, but it's the same question. So we've split those questions. Are you participating in athletics or PVA? So they have to answer both questions. A lot of times we get a yes for athletics, no for PVA. Sometimes we get a no for athletics, yes for PVA. Same process. Principal will look at it and then see, hey, can you call that parent and see what PVA? Are they want to do dance or they want to do band? And we do that work for them. Sometimes they have people on their campuses that want to call and maybe clarify for the parents. Sometimes the parents put it in the application. But either way, we ask the question for both. We ask it for athletics and PVA. So they have to answer both questions.
Is Dr. Clark included in any way with the PBAs as well?
When he wants to be.
when
when he wants to be.
He was here earlier. I think he left.
Yes.
All right.
So the principals do a really good job with looping in Mr. Oliver and Dr. Clark, and so they're aware of the process. Before we rolled it out, we all met and made sure we were on the same page with it. So they're aware of it. But principals do a really good job with kind of intervening. But whenever Mr. Oliver and Dr. Clark are available, and when they need to be pulled in, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Parasol. Our next item is the second reading of the proposed revisions to the board policy BBB Local, Board Internal Organization, Internal Committees. And should I turn that over to her or myself? It's on page 386, and this is just our update. We're having both the governance and the audit committee as we move forward. And the security committee isn't here. That's a state mandate, is separate from our committees. Do we just revise that to reflect what we're doing this year? Any questions on that one? All right.
Just at our last meeting, we just mentioned that we need to have our final equity committee meeting to sunset that committee. So we need to get that on the calendar.
Yes. To kind of choose, yeah, we're gonna have a final equity committee to close out the work that they did and to ensure that there's processes in place to make sure that we continue the work and that we have, processes in place that will monitor, where we are with it along the way. And so thank you, trustee McDaniels, for, heading that up. Our next item includes monthly review items as previously discussed. Did you have a question? These items were provided to you in advance for review, and at this time, we can discuss any items that you may have questions about. So these are reoccurring items that we're putting, on one monthly recurring items. Any questions from anybody on them? All right. Hearing none, the Board of Trustees will now recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas 551-071, 551-072, 551-074, and 551-076. Okay, we're not quite done. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of the discussion in the closed meeting will take place when the board convenes an open session. The time is now 9:24 p.m. You guys can go ahead and get out of here now. We will now reconvene the regular work session of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District. Time is now 11:15 p.m. Are there any motions?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to find Patricia Greenleaf has abandoned her 2024-2025 employment contract with Spring ISD, and for this board to find that no good cause exists for the employee's actions. I further move to authorize the superintendent to notify SBEC of this board's finding and action concerning same.
Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor from Dr. Jensen, seconded by Trustee Adams. Is there any discussion? And we'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right.
Those are appropriate for two separate actions.
Okay.
Yep. Same,
I saw Patricia Greenleaf twice, okay.
it is same employee, but two separate actions, yes.
Is there any other discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions?
Madam President, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to propose termination of the 2024-2025 probationary contract of Patricia Greenleaf and authorize the superintendent to notify the employee of this board's actions.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor from Trustee Adams, seconded by Trustee Correa. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions?
I move that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation to authorize a school district teaching permit for the following candidates for non-core academic CTE courses: Dalton Hughes, criminal justice teacher.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee McDaniels and seconded by Trustee Correa that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation to authorize a school district teaching permit for the following candidates for non-core academic CTE courses: Dalton Hughes, criminal justice teacher. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion also carries unanimously. Are there any other motions? I'll entertain one to adjourn.
Madam President, I move we adjourn this evening's meeting.
I second.
It's been moved by Trustee Adams and seconded by Trustee Jensen that we adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion?
I did not have to say this morning's meeting.
This morning's meeting. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Given that there are no additional motions, we will now adjourn the work session for the Board of Trustees, and the time is now 11:18 p.m.